Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I guess I should start by saying I've never been the type to believe in ghosts. I still don't know if I do, honestly. But what happened at my grandmother's house, I can't explain it any other way. My grandmother's manor sits on the outskirts of London, this massive old building that's been in our family for generations. The Sullivan family gatherings there used to be the highlight of my childhood. Christmas, Easter, birthdays, you name it. Everyone would come together, the house filled with laughter and conversation. But beneath all that warmth was this undercurrent of rules, unspoken things we all just knew not to do. Never walk around the house alone at night. Don't stare too long into empty rooms. Keep moving through the connecting hallway between the front entrance and kitchen. Simple things that, as a kid, I never questioned. They were just part of being at Grandma's house, like knowing which stair creaked or which door needed an extra push. That hallway, though, God, even thinking about it now makes the hair on my arms stand up. It was this short, connecting passage, maybe 15 feet long, nothing special, except for this one spot that was always dark, always. Didn't matter if it was noon on the brightest summer day with all the lights on. There was this patch of shadow that never went away. As kids, we'd dash through it, making it a game, but the adults would hurry through too, which should have been my first clue something wasn't right. It wasn't until years later that my dad told me what that space actually was. An unused bathroom that my grandparents had built but never used. When I asked why, he just said something wanted that space more than they did. The matter-of-fact way he said it still gives me chills. For 18 years, we stayed away from England. Life happened. My parents moved us to America for work. I went to college, started my own life. The house became this distant memory, something I'd occasionally think about when reminiscing about childhood. Then last month, my grandmother fell ill. Family matters required us to return, and suddenly I found myself booking flights back to England after almost 2 decades away. The house had deteriorated in our absence. Most of the family opted to stay in hotels or with other relatives, but my dad insisted on staying with my grandmother and my Uncle David, who'd become a sort of caretaker for both the property and my aging grandmother. I planned to stay at a nearby hotel with my mom and younger sister Emma, but we agreed to spend the day at the house to visit. The moment I stepped through that front door, it all came rushing back. The smell of old wood and my grandmother's lavender sachets, but also this heaviness in the air I'd forgotten about. My dad had already been there for 3 days when we arrived. He looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. Over tea in the kitchen, while my grandmother napped, he confessed he hadn't been sleeping well. "Something sitting on my dresser at night watching me," he said, stirring his tea absently. He wasn't joking or trying to scare us. He was genuinely troubled. "What do you mean something?" my mom asked. "A figure. I wake up around 3 a.m. every night and it's just sitting there, not moving, just watching." My Uncle David overheard and joined the conversation. "It's been active lately," he said, like he was discussing the weather. "I've been too busy taking care of Mom to do the weekly smudging." "Smudging?" I asked. "Sage. Keeps things quiet around here." My uncle went on to tell us about his experiences over the years. He'd seen a little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, running down the main hall numerous times. She'd always disappear into the wall at the bottom of the stairs. Years later, when they were doing renovations, they discovered that's exactly where the original front door stood when the estate was larger, before parts were sold off in the 1800s. He'd also seen what he described as a massive face, just a man's face, floating in the living room one night when he'd gone down for a glass of water. "Big as the wall," he said. just staring. I turned the light on, and it was gone. There were other things too, shadows moving against the direction of the light, voices when only he and my grandmother were home. He spoke about it all so casually, like he was describing troublesome neighbors rather than supernatural phenomena. My grandmother woke up from her nap, and the conversation shifted to normal family matters, but something had changed in the atmosphere. I was suddenly hyper-aware of the house around us. The creaks and groans of old wood took on new meaning. I found myself avoiding looking into mirrors or darkened doorways. After lunch, my grandmother wanted to show me some old family photos stored in the attic. I followed her up the narrow stairs, focusing on helping her climb rather than on my growing unease. The attic was dusty and cluttered with decades of family history, old furniture, trunks, boxes of photographs and mementos. While my grandmother searched for the specific album she wanted to show me, I felt it, a presence. Not behind me exactly, but around me, watching. It's hard to describe the feeling of being observed by something you can't see, but that's exactly what it was. The sensation was so intense that the back of my neck prickled painfully. Something was crouching in the corner of the attic. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. Every instinct in my body screamed at me not to look directly at it, not to acknowledge it. I kept my eyes fixed on the photo album my grandmother had found, nodding mechanically as she pointed out relatives I'd never met, all while this invisible presence seemed to inch closer. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the pages. My grandmother didn't seem to notice anything amiss, chatting happily about family history. But the longer we stayed, the more oppressive the feeling became. It was like the air itself was becoming thick, making it harder to breathe. I found myself angling my body so I wasn't presenting my back to the empty corner where I felt the thing lurking. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I made an excuse about needing to use the bathroom, helping my grandmother back downstairs before practically running to the main floor bathroom. I locked the door, turned on the sink and splashed cold water on my face, trying to rationalize what had just happened. Maybe it was just my uncle's stories getting to me. Maybe it was just the natural creepiness of an old, partially abandoned house. But deep down, I knew it wasn't my imagination. Later that afternoon, I found my sister Emma sitting alone in the garden, looking pale. Without prompting, she told me she'd been in our grandmother's room, helping her organize some clothes, when she felt something watching her from the corner of the room. Something angry, she said, really angry. It didn't want me there. We hadn't discussed any of the stories our uncle had told. She hadn't been there for that conversation, yet she'd felt it too. That night, we returned to our hotel, but my dad stayed at the house with my uncle and grandmother. I barely slept, thinking about him there, seeing that figure on his dresser in the dark. The next morning, we returned to find my dad sitting in the kitchen, looking even more exhausted than before. He admitted he'd spent most of the night in the living room with all the lights on, after waking to find the dresser visitor again. My uncle had joined him around 4 a.m., unable to sleep himself due to what he described as footsteps in the walls. We were supposed to stay in England for 2 weeks, but by day 4, the atmosphere in the house had become unbearable. Even my skeptical mother suggested cutting the trip short. There was a constant feeling of being watched, of hostility. The connecting hallway with the perpetually dark spot seemed darker than ever, and none of us would go through it alone. One particular incident convinced me we needed to leave. I was helping my grandmother in the kitchen when I distinctly heard someone call my name from the dining room. Thinking it was my mom or sister, I went to check, but the room was empty. As I turned to leave, all the chairs around the dining table simultaneously moved an inch toward me, not dragged or pushed, but a synchronized shift that made the wooden legs scrape against the floor in perfect unison. I stood frozen, unable to process what I'd just witnessed. I backed out of the room slowly, only to bump into my uncle in the hallway. The look on my face must have told him everything. "You saw something," he said. Not a question. I nodded, unable to speak. "Best not to talk about it while you're still here," he advised quietly. "It only encourages them." We changed our flights the next day. My dad refused to come with us, insisting he needed to stay for my grandmother's sake, but he did make one concession. He wouldn't stay in the house alone at night. If my uncle needed to go out, he'd go too, even if it was just to sit in the car in the driveway until he returned. It's been 3 weeks since we came back. My dad returned a week after us and hasn't talked much about those final days there. My grandmother's health has stabilized, and my uncle continues his role as caretaker. Both of her and that ancient house with all its unseen residents. I still don't know what to make of what happened. What was watching me in the attic? What sits on my father's dresser at night? Who is the little girl running to a door that no longer exists? And what wanted that bathroom space more than my grandparents did? All I know is that house has rules. Rules that have been followed by my family for generations, and now I understand why. But story 2. I've never really told this story fully before. Even now my hands are shaky typing this out. I grew up in Riverdale, and what happened at my friend Sama's house still gives me nightmares. I'm Ashley, by the way. I was one of 3 best friends, me, Kayla and Sama. We did everything together from around 2nd grade onwards. Sama's house was different from all our other friends' homes. It wasn't just old, it was historic. One of the first houses built in our city back in the 1830s. Her mum was big into preserving its original features and collected all this vintage stuff. Old clothes, accessories, and these massive antique suitcases that lined the high ceilings in some rooms. As kids, we thought it was the coolest place to hang out, like stepping into a different time. I remember the first time something happened. We were about 10 years old, just being typical kids. Sama's mum wasn't home, and we were doing what we'd been told not to do, jumping on her massive 4-poster bed. The springs were perfect for bouncing, and we were having the time of our lives, laughing and trying to see who could jump the highest. I still remember exactly how it felt when it happened. 1 second we were just 3 girls jumping and giggling, and the next, all 3 of us stopped at the same time. It wasn't like we planned it. It was this weird, sudden awareness, like when you feel someone watching you. I looked at Sama, she looked at Kayla, and Kayla looked at me. I can still see their faces, how the color drained away. There were 4 of us jumping on the bed. I don't know how we knew, but we all felt it at the exact same moment. There was someone or something else with us. Not a person exactly, but a shadow that had weight and presence. When we froze, it kept moving just for a second and then literally flew out the door. Not walked, flew, like a dark cloud rushing away. We screamed and ran downstairs, tripping over each other. We didn't talk about it right away. We just sat in the living room with the TV on, not really watching it, until Sama's mom came home. We never told her. I think we were afraid she wouldn't believe us, or worse, that she'd forbid us from hanging out together. After that day, we made an unspoken agreement to avoid that bedroom. We'd play in the backyard, the basement, or Sama's room, but never in her mom's room again. For years, we kept it that way. We grew up, started middle school, and while we didn't forget what happened, we convinced ourselves it was just our imagination, kids being kids, scaring themselves. Then came 9th grade. We were 14, way past the age of being scared of shadows. We'd gone to a concert downtown, my first real concert without parents, and Sama's mom had picked us up, but gone straight to bed since it was past midnight. We were still hyped from the music and decided to hang out in Sama's room. Her room had changed since we were kids. The weirdest thing was all these mirrors she'd put up, not like normal teenage girl mirrors for checking outfits. These were positioned at strange angles around the room, and when I asked her about it once, she just shrugged and said she liked being able to see the whole room at once. I didn't think much of it then, We were sprawled across her bed, flipping through channels on her little TV, talking about the concert. It was around 1 a.m. and we were getting tired, but none of us wanted to sleep yet. I remember Kayla was complaining about her feet hurting from standing all night, and I was half listening, my eyes getting heavy. That's when it happened. The closet light turned on by itself, not just on. It flickered first, like someone was playing with the switch. We all went quiet and stared. Then the closet door, which had been closed, slowly swung open. Not all the way, just enough to create a dark gap. "Did you see that?" Kayla whispered. I nodded, but Summer just kept staring, her face completely white. "Look in the mirror," she said, her voice so quiet I barely heard her. I turned to look at one of the mirrors on her wall, the one that reflected the closet from an angle. That's when I saw it, a tall, black shadow shaped like a man. Not just darkness where light didn't reach, but a solid-looking shadow that had depth and form. It stood there in the closet, visible only in the mirror. When I looked directly at the closet, there was nothing there, just clothes and shoes, but in the mirror reflection, this thing was standing there watching us. My skin went ice cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It wasn't moving, just standing there, but somehow that was worse than if it had rushed at us. It was patient, like it had all the time in the world. "Do you see it?" Summer asked, her voice shaking. "Yes," Kayla and I answered together. For what felt like forever, we just sat there, paralyzed, staring at this shadow in the mirror. Then Kayla reached over and grabbed the remote, turning the TV volume up super loud. The shadow seemed to shift slightly, and then the closet door slammed shut on its own. The light went out. We didn't sleep that night. We pushed Summer's dresser in front of the closet door and sat with our backs against her bedroom door until sunrise. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? We'd all seen it. It wasn't our imagination. It wasn't a trick of the light. Something was in that house, and it had been there for years. The next day we were exhausted, but tried to act normal. Summer's mum made us breakfast, asking if we'd had fun at the concert. We nodded and smiled, but I noticed Summer barely ate anything. After Kayla and I left, I texted her to make sure she was okay. Her response was short. "It happens sometimes. Don't worry." Don't worry. I couldn't think about anything else. What did she mean, "it happens sometimes"? Had she been seeing this thing regularly and never told us? About a month later, Kayla and I decided to skip school with this girl from our math class, Zoe. She was new to town and had never been to Summer's house before. We knew Summer's mum worked during the day, and Summer had texted she was home sick, so we thought we'd surprise her. As we walked up the long driveway to her house, Zoe suddenly stopped and pointed up at a second-floor window, Summer's mum's bedroom window. "Is that your friend's brother?" she asked. Summer didn't have a brother. Kayla and I looked up at the same time. There, standing in the window, was the same dark shadow figure we'd seen in the mirror. But this time it wasn't just a reflection. It was standing there, a solid black shape against the white curtains, looking down at us. It was so dark it seemed to absorb the sunlight around it. And it was watching us. "Summer doesn't have a brother," I managed to say, my mouth completely dry. "Then who's that?" Zoe asked, still looking up. The figure didn't move, it just stood there, watching. I grabbed Kayla's arm, and we both started walking faster toward the front door. Zoe followed, confused by our reaction. "Someone's definitely up there," she insisted. "I just saw them move away from the window." We rang the doorbell, and Summer answered almost immediately, like she'd been waiting by the door. She looked terrible, pale, with dark circles under her eyes. She seemed surprised to see Zoe with us, but invited us all in. As soon as we got inside, Kayla blurted out, "There's someone in your mum's room. We just saw them at the window." Summer's face went completely blank. "That's impossible. There's nobody home but me." "We literally just saw someone," I said. "All three of us did." Summer shook her head. "Let's go check." We climbed the stairs, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. Sama led the way to her mum's room, hesitating just slightly before pushing open the door. The room was empty. The curtains were drawn back, just like we'd seen from outside, but there was no one there. We checked the closet, under the bed, even the attached bathroom. Nothing. Zoe looked confused. That's weird. I swear I saw someone. Kayla and I exchanged looks. We knew what we'd seen. It wasn't a person. It was that thing, that shadow that had been in this house for years. That afternoon, while Zoe was in the bathroom, Kayla and I confronted Summer. "What's going on?" I demanded. "You said it happens sometimes. What does that mean? How long has this been happening?" Summer sat on her bed, shoulders slumped. "Since I was little," she admitted. "But it got worse after that day when we were jumping on the bed, like we woke it up or something." "Why didn't you tell us?" Kayla asked. "Would you have believed me? Would you have still wanted to come over?" Her voice cracked a little. "This is why I put up all these mirrors, so I can always see if it's in the room with me." That night, after Zoe and Kayla left, I stayed with Summer. We were sitting in her kitchen when her mum came home from work. Summer suddenly stood up and asked the question I'd been wondering for years. "Mom, is our house haunted?" Her mom froze, grocery bags still in her hands. She stared at Summer for a long moment, then at me, then back at Summer. She set the bags down slowly. "Why do you ask that?" Her voice was eerily calm, but her hands were shaking. "Because I've been seeing things for years. A shadow like a man, but not a man. And it's not just me. Ashley and Kayla have seen it too." Summer's mum sank into a chair, her face suddenly looking 10 years older. "Where?" she whispered. "Where did you see it?" "In your bedroom first," Summer said, "when we were kids. Then in my closet. And today it was standing in your window." I've never seen an adult look so terrified. Summer's mum went completely pale, like she might pass out. "You've seen it too?" she asked me directly. I nodded. "Yes, multiple times." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I saw it too when I was about your age. It would stand in the corner of my room at night, just watching. My mother, your grandmother, she noticed how I couldn't sleep, how I was always exhausted. When I finally told her, she brought a priest who blessed the house with holy water. After that it stopped." "But it's back now," Summer said. Her mum nodded slowly. "It came back about 5 years ago when—" She trailed off. "When what?" Summer pressed. "When I started having doubts, about faith, about everything, after your father left." She rubbed her temples. "I thought I was imagining it. I thought it was stress or depression playing tricks on my mind." "It's real, Mom," Summer said. "It's always been real." That night, I called my parents and asked to stay over. I couldn't leave Summer alone, not after everything we'd learned. We pushed her bed against the wall and slept with the lights on. Nothing happened that night, but the knowledge that Summer's mom had seen the same thing, that it had been in this house for generations, made it impossible to relax. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. Objects would move when no one was looking. Doors would open and close by themselves. And always, always, that shadow would appear in mirrors or windows, watching. Never when you looked directly at something, only in reflections or from the corner of your eye. Summer started sleeping in her mum's room. They brought in another priest who blessed the house again, but it didn't seem to help. The shadow became more aggressive, knocking things over, turning on faucets, once even pushing Summer's desk chair across the room while we were sitting right there. I started making excuses not to go to Summer's house. So did Kayla. We'd meet at the mall or at my place, anywhere but there. I felt guilty, but I was terrified. Whatever that thing was, it was getting stronger, more confident. About 3 months after the incident with Zoe at the window, Summer's mum decided they couldn't stay in the house anymore. They moved across town to a small apartment. Sama switched schools. We still texted, but it wasn't the same. She wouldn't talk about what happened in the last few weeks they lived in that house, and eventually we lost touch when her family moved to another state. The old house stood empty for almost a year before a new family moved in. I never spoke to them, never warned them. What would I have said? That the house is haunted by a shadow that only appears in reflections, that it's been there for generations, watching, waiting. I still drive by that house sometimes. I always slow down, looking up at the windows, half expecting to see that dark figure standing there. I never have, but that doesn't mean it's not there. Maybe it's waiting for the right people to return. Maybe it's still watching, just out of sight. All I know is that I'll never forget what it felt like to realize there were 4 of us on that bed instead of 3. To see something in a mirror that wasn't there when you turned to look. To know that something impossible was real and had been watching us for years. I don't look in mirrors at night anymore. I keep the curtains closed after dark. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I still get that feeling. That cold, creeping certainty that I'm not really alone at all. That something is standing just behind me, just out of sight, watching and waiting. And all it would take is one glance in a mirror to confirm my worst fears. Story 3. I've been putting off writing this for years. I'm not a superstitious person by nature. I was raised Catholic but never really bought into the whole heaven and hell thing. But what happened in that house? It changed me. I still can't explain it. And honestly, I don't want to try anymore. I just need to get this off my chest. My name is Isabella Martinez, and my family has owned this old house in Montevideo since forever. It was built in the 1850s by my Italian ancestors. Originally, it was this massive estate that took up an entire block, but over the generations, bits and pieces were sold off, until we only had about a quarter of the original property left. We moved into the house in 2010. The previous tenants were family friends who practically fled the place. At the time, I thought they were being dramatic. They told my parents about doors slamming on their own, windows flying open in the middle of the night, and the weirdest part, neighbors complaining about hearing babies crying in our backyard at night when there weren't any babies around. I remember rolling my eyes at all of this. I was 15 and thought I knew everything. What I didn't know then was the house's history. It had been so many things over the years. A cinema, a couple of different churches, a bar, and this is the part that still makes my skin crawl. An illegal abortion center back in the 70s when abortion was still criminalized here. My dad only told me this years later, but apparently there were rumors that they buried the fetuses in the backyard. The same backyard where people heard crying at night. But that wasn't all. People had died in that house. A lot of people. Natural deaths, sure, but also murders, and at least 2 suicides that we know of. One in the master bathroom, and another in what became my bedroom. No one thought to mention this to me before we moved in. The first week was normal. We were busy unpacking, arranging furniture, and making the place feel like home. I remember being excited about having my own room for the first time. It was a small space at the back of the house with these incredibly tall ceilings and one of those old built-in wardrobes that goes from floor to ceiling. It started with small things. I'd put my phone down, turn around for a second, and it would be gone. I'd find it in a completely different room later. My mum's keys would vanish and reappear in the refrigerator. My dad's glasses would move from the nightstand to the top of the bookshelf. We all just blamed each other at first. Then came the noises. Late at night, usually around 3 a.m., we'd hear what sounded like conversations in the backyard. Not just whispers, but full-on discussions. The weird part was, they weren't in Spanish. My dad thought it might be Italian because of our family history. But when he tried to listen more carefully, he said it didn't sound quite right, like an archaic dialect or something completely different altogether. I still wasn't scared at this point. I figured it was just neighbors or maybe sound carrying weirdly through the old walls. The house had these thick stone walls that sometimes made sounds echo in strange ways. But then my mum saw him. She woke up in the middle of the night and there was a man standing at the foot of her bed. She described him as tall and thin, wearing what looked like old-fashioned clothes, but the most terrifying part was that he had what looked like a black plastic bag over his head. She said she wasn't even scared at first. She thought she was dreaming. She just closed her eyes, said a prayer, and eventually fell back asleep. When she told us about it the next morning, my dad laughed it off as a nightmare. I wasn't so sure. The way she described him, so specific, so detailed. It didn't sound like a dream. And she wasn't the type to make things up. A week later, my dad saw something too. He was in the shower when he swore he saw a hand press against the fogged-up glass. He thought it was my mom at first, but when he called out, there was no answer. When he opened the shower door, no one was there, but the handprint remained on the glass. I was still skeptical. I thought maybe the house was just old, settling, playing tricks on us. But then I had my own experience, and it's something I still can't explain away, no matter how hard I try. My cousin Lucia lived next door in what used to be part of our original property. Our houses were separated by a wall, but they were essentially the same building cut in half. I was staying over at her place for a sleepover. We'd stayed up late watching horror movies, ironically enough, and finally went to sleep around 1 a.m. I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The room was dark except for a small nightlight in the corner. Lucia was sleeping soundly next to me. I wasn't sure what had woken me, but as I lay there trying to fall back asleep, I had this overwhelming sensation that someone was watching me. Lucia's room had this full-length mirror on one wall, and standing behind it, not reflected in it, but somehow behind it, as if the mirror was a window, was a woman. She was pale, with long dark hair that hung in front of her face. She wore what looked like a white nightgown, and she was just staring at me. I couldn't move. It was like my entire body had been filled with cement. I couldn't even scream. All I could do was stare back at her, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. After what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, I managed to close my eyes. When I opened them again, she wasn't behind the mirror anymore. She was standing in the doorway of the bedroom, just standing there, head tilted slightly to the side, staring. I closed my eyes again, tighter this time, and started praying, something I never did. I just repeated, "Please go away," over and over in my head. When I finally got the courage to look again, she was gone. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I didn't tell Lucia what I'd seen either. I was afraid she'd think I was crazy or trying to scare her. I didn't even tell my parents at first. But the incidents kept happening. My mom saw the man with the bag over his head 3 more times. My dad would find his workshop tools arranged in patterns he hadn't left them in. The smell was another thing. Sometimes, for no reason at all, a specific room would fill with the smell of rotting meat. It would last for a few hours and then disappear completely. One night, about 3 months after we moved in, I was alone in the house. My parents had gone to a dinner party and I was supposed to be studying for a math test. I was sitting at the kitchen table with my books spread out when all the cabinet doors flew open at once. Not just 1 or 2, all of them. It was like an explosion of wood and noise. I ran out of the house so fast I didn't even grab my phone or shoes. I just stood on the sidewalk, shaking, until our next-door neighbor saw me and invited me in to wait for my parents. When they got home and I told them what happened, my dad finally admitted he was scared too. That night, we all slept in the living room with the lights on. The next day, my mom contacted a medium. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I do. Before all this, I would have laughed at anyone who talked about mediums or psychics. But we were desperate. The woman who came to our house was in her 60s, completely normal looking, no crystal ball, no weird clothes, just a regular older lady with glasses and a cardigan. But the moment she walked through our front door, she stopped dead in her tracks and said, "Oh, you poor things, how have you been living here?" She walked through each room, sometimes stopping and placing her hand on a wall or closing her eyes. In my bedroom, she refused to enter. She just stood in the doorway and shook her head. "There are 6 of them," she finally told us when she'd finished her tour. 6 different spirits attached to this house. She described them all: the man with the bag over his head, a suicide victim from the 1920s, the woman in white, who she said had died during a botched abortion, and 4 others, including a child who she said was responsible for moving our things around. "They're not evil," she told us, "but they're not at peace either. This house has seen too much suffering, too much death. It's like the walls have absorbed all that pain, and now they can't let go." She recommended cleansing rituals, prayers, specific candles to burn, all things that made the rational part of my brain scoff. But at that point, I was willing to try anything. We did everything she suggested. For a week or so, things seemed better. The noises stopped, our things stayed where we put them, and there were no more apparitions. We started to relax, thinking maybe it had all been in our heads, or maybe the cleansing had actually worked. Then came the night that finally broke us. It was around 2 a.m. when we all woke up to the sound of a baby crying. Not just any cry. This was a sound of pure anguish, the kind that makes your heart ache. It was coming from the backyard. My dad grabbed a flashlight and his phone. My mom tried to make me stay inside, but there was no way I was being left alone in that house. The 3 of us went out into the backyard together. The crying was louder now, seeming to come from the far corner where there was a small garden my mom had planted. As we approached, the crying suddenly stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. My dad swept the flashlight beam across the garden, illuminating the plants, the old stone wall beyond, the tool shed, nothing unusual. Then the beam caught something moving near the shed, something small and pale. I only saw it for a split second before it disappeared behind the structure. "Did you see that?" I whispered. My parents both nodded, their faces pale in the moonlight. My dad took a step toward the shed, but my mom grabbed his arm. "Don't," she said. That's when we heard it. Not a cry this time, but laughter. A child's laughter, high and clear, coming from inside our house. We all turned to look. Through the kitchen window, we could see lights turning on and off, in a rhythmic pattern. First the kitchen, then the hallway, then my bedroom, then back to the kitchen. We didn't go back inside. We got in our car, drove to a hotel, and checked in for the night. The next day, my dad called a real estate agent. It took months to sell the house. We had to disclose the issues we'd had, which scared off most buyers. Eventually, we sold it to a developer for much less than it was worth, just to be rid of it. We moved to a new apartment across town, a modern building with no history, no character, and thankfully, no unexpected guests. My parents never wanted to talk about what happened in that house. They preferred to pretend it was all a weird chapter that we'd closed. But I know what I saw. I know what we all experienced. That house remembered everything that had happened within its walls, and for whatever reason, it wanted us to remember too. I still drive by occasionally. There's a small office building there now. The old house was demolished about a year after we sold it. Sometimes I wonder if tearing it down released whatever was trapped inside, or if those entities found somewhere else to go. I hope they found peace. I'm 27 now, and I've never experienced anything like that again. I'm grateful for that. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I think I catch a glimpse of a woman standing behind my bedroom mirror, just watching. I always close my eyes immediately and don't open them again until morning. Some things I've learned are better left unseen. Story 4. I never believed in ghosts. I always thought people who claimed to have paranormal experiences were either attention-seeking or had some psychological issues they needed to address. That was until I moved to North London last year. After landing a decent job in the city, I was eager to move out of my parents' home in Manchester and start my independent life. I found what seemed like the perfect flat, a renovated unit in this beautiful red brick building surrounded by trees. The neighborhood was quiet, the rent was reasonable, for London standards anyway, and it was close enough to public transport. I thought I'd hit the jackpot. I moved in with a guy named Peter, a South African programmer I'd met through a flatmate finding website. He seemed normal enough, kept to himself mostly, clean, paid rent on time. The first couple of weeks were completely uneventful. I was settling into my new job, exploring the area, and enjoying my newfound independence. Then things started getting weird. About 3 weeks after moving in, I was having breakfast before work when Peter asked me a strange question. "Why were you walking so slowly to the bathroom last night?" he asked, sipping his coffee. I looked up from my cereal. "What do you mean?" "Around 3 a.m., I heard you going to the bathroom. The footsteps were really slow and deliberate, like unnaturally slow. Just wondered if you were okay." The thing is, I hadn't gotten up at all that night. I'd slept straight through until my alarm. I told Peter this and he just shrugged it off, suggesting maybe he'd dreamed it or something. But here's the creepy part. I had heard those same footsteps myself a couple of nights before. Slow, measured steps on the floorboards outside my room. I'd assumed it was just Peter going to the bathroom in the middle of the night, trying not to wake me. But now I wasn't so sure. I tried to dismiss it. Old buildings make noises, floorboards creak. It was probably nothing. About a week after that, I woke up in the middle of the night to find my bedside lamp on. This lamp had a switch on the cord that you had to physically press to turn it on or off. It wasn't the kind that you could accidentally bump in your sleep. I distinctly remember turning it off before going to bed. In fact, I always made sure to turn it off because the light bothered me when trying to sleep. Again, I rationalized it. Maybe I'd dreamed turning it off. Maybe I was more tired than I thought and just forgot. These things happen, right? But then came the incident that I still can't explain away, no matter how hard I try. It was a Sunday evening. I had just returned from a weekend trip to Amsterdam with some mates from work. I was tired from traveling, so I was just chilling on the sofa watching some Netflix. Peter was out with friends. I had a beer can between my legs and was leaning back against the sofa. Nothing unusual, just a normal, quiet Sunday night. Then, without any warning, without any movement or draft in the room, a cushion from the other end of the sofa literally flew through the air and landed perfectly on top of my beer can, spilling it all over my crotch. I'm not exaggerating when I say flew. This cushion didn't slide or fall. It traveled through the air in a way that defied physics. It moved as if someone had picked it up and deliberately thrown it at me. I jumped up, beer soaking through my joggers, and just stood there in shock for a moment. Then panic set in. My heart started racing, and I found myself struggling to breathe. I ran to the front door of the flat, hands shaking so badly I could barely unlock it. Once in the hallway, I just stood there hyperventilating, trying to calm myself down. After maybe 15 minutes, I managed to convince myself that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe the cushion was balanced precariously and finally fell. Maybe there was a draft I didn't notice. But deep down, I knew that none of these explanations made sense. The way that cushion moved was deliberate. It was intentional. I went back inside, cleaned up the beer, and turned on every light in the flat. I also cranked up the volume on the TV. The silence and darkness suddenly felt threatening. After that night, things got worse. I started feeling like I was being watched constantly. I'd catch movements out of the corner of my eye, only to turn and find nothing there. I'd hear faint whispers when I was alone in the flat. Too quiet to make out any words, but definitely there. I started leaving the TV on all night. The electricity bill went through the roof, but I couldn't bear the silence anymore. I was sleeping less and less, and when I did sleep, I'd have these vivid nightmares about being trapped in the flat while something hunted me. Peter noticed the change in me. He asked if I was okay, mentioned that I looked like shit. Thanks, mate. I didn't tell him what happened with the cushion. It sounded too crazy, and I was still trying to convince myself that there was a logical explanation. But then came the night after my birthday. I'd gone out with colleagues for drinks. Came home a bit tipsy around midnight. Peter was away visiting family in South Africa, so I had the flat to myself. Despite being exhausted and slightly drunk, I still felt that familiar unease as I got ready for bed. I turned on the TV in my room, set the volume low, and crawled under the covers. Despite my anxiety, the combination of alcohol and exhaustion soon had me drifting off to sleep. And then I heard it, knocking. Not just any knocking, but the unmistakable sound of knuckles rapping against a hollow door. Knock, knock, knock. A deliberate pattern. 3 knocks, a pause, then 3 more. My eyes shot open. The knocking was coming from right beside my room, from the wall where there wasn't even a door. The sound was so clear, so distinct, that there was no mistaking it. This wasn't the building settling or pipes knocking. This was the sound of someone or something deliberately making its presence known. I lay there, completely paralyzed with fear, as the knocking continued. Knock, 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 pause, knock, knock, knock. There was an intelligence behind it, a purpose. It wasn't random. It was communication, and whatever was communicating wanted me to know it was there. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only a minute or two, the knocking stopped. The silence that followed was somehow even more terrifying. I lay there until dawn broke, unable to move, feeling like if I even shifted in bed, whatever had made that sound would know I was awake and come for me. When morning finally came, I called in sick to work and spent the day searching for a new place to live. I couldn't stay in that flat another night. Whatever was there was getting bolder, more direct in its interactions. I felt like it was building up to something, and I didn't want to find out what. Within 2 weeks, I'd found a small studio in East London. It wasn't as nice as the North London flat, and it was more expensive, but I didn't care. I needed out. I made up some excuse to Peter about needing to be closer to work. He seemed disappointed but understanding. As I was packing up my stuff, he mentioned casually that he'd been having trouble sleeping lately, that he kept hearing noises at night. I didn't ask for details. I didn't want to know. It was only after I'd moved out that I learned about the building's history. I was having a drink with a colleague who lived in the area, and I mentioned the flat I'd just left. His expression changed immediately. That building, the red brick one on Oakwood Avenue, that place used to be a mental institution back in the day. They converted it to apartments in the 70s. Didn't your landlord tell you? He hadn't, of course. And suddenly all those unexplained noises, the feeling of being watched, the knocking, it all took on a new, more sinister meaning. I've been in my new place for about 6 months now. It's small, and the neighbors are noisy, but it's blessedly normal. No unexplained footsteps, no cushions flying through the air, no knocking from non-existent doors. But I can't shake the feeling that whatever was in that flat recognized something in me, some sensitivity or vulnerability it could latch onto. Since moving out, I've become more aware of things I used to dismiss. The energy of places, the lingering presence of others, the thin veil between our world and whatever lies beyond it. I never believed in ghosts before moving to that North London flat. I'm still not sure what I believe now. But I know what I experienced was real, and it changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. Sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I think I hear those slow, measured footsteps again, walking deliberately across floorboards. And in those moments, I wonder if whatever was in that flat followed me here, or if it simply awakened something in me that I can never put back to sleep. All I know for certain is that I'll never again dismiss someone's paranormal experience as imagination or attention-seeking. There are things in this world we don't understand, things that defy explanation, and sometimes they knock on your door in the middle of the night, whether you believe in them or not. That knocking sound still haunts me, the distinct pattern, the intelligence behind it. Someone or something was trying to communicate with me that night, and to this day, I have no idea what it wanted to say. Part of me is terrified to know, but another part wonders if I'll ever stop looking over my shoulder, waiting to hear those 3 deliberate knocks again. Story 5. I've been putting off writing about this for months, maybe because part of me still doesn't want to believe it happened. But I need to get this out there, even if just to process it myself. Sorry if this gets long, but there's a lot to unpack. Last year, my wife Sarah found what seemed like the perfect rental in Pinewood. 4 bedrooms, decent backyard, good school district, and most importantly, affordable. We'd been cramped in a 2-bedroom apartment with our 3 kids, Jacob 13, Emma 9, and Lily 6, our German Shepherd Rex, and our cat Mittens, who'd recently had 6 kittens. The new place seemed like an answered prayer. Moving day started like any other, chaotic, stressful, but exciting. The rental truck was packed, and we were ready for our fresh start. Sarah took Emma and Lily to check out the park a few blocks away, while Jacob and I stayed behind to start unpacking. The living room was a maze of cardboard boxes, and Jacob was helping me organize them by room. Rex had always been this fearless, protective dog, the kind that would bark at strangers and stand his ground. But within the first hour of being in that house, something changed. I noticed him sniffing around nervously, his ears perked up like he was hearing something we couldn't. Then, out of nowhere, he bolted under the couch. I got down on my knees to check on him, thinking maybe he'd hurt his paw or something. "What's wrong, buddy?" I asked, but he just whimpered, pressed his body against the wall, and refused to come out. It was weird, but I figured he was just stressed from the move. Then Mitten's kittens started acting strange too. They were in their carrier in the corner of the living room, and suddenly all 6 of them, simultaneously, started hissing and arching their backs. Their fur stood on end, and they were all staring at the same spot, the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Jacob noticed it too. "Dad, what are they looking at?" I was trying to think of a logical explanation when we heard it. A scraping sound from upstairs, like furniture being dragged across hardwood. It was coming from directly above us, from what would become our master bedroom. My first thought was practical. Maybe someone was squatting in the house. The place had been vacant for a few months before we signed the lease. I told Jacob to stay downstairs with the animals while I checked it out. I grabbed a baseball bat from one of the boxes, thankful I'd labeled that one clearly, and headed upstairs. The sound had stopped, but I still felt off. The air upstairs felt different somehow, heavier, colder. I checked each room methodically, like they show in police procedurals, but found nothing until I reached the last bedroom. The door was closed. I distinctly remembered all the doors being open when we did our final walkthrough 2 days earlier. My hand hesitated on the doorknob for a second before I pushed it open. What I saw in that room is seared into my memory. In the center stood an old wooden chair, not one of ours. It was antique-looking, with a high back and dark varnish that was chipped in places, but what made my blood run cold was that it was spinning. Not just wobbling, but perfectly spinning on one leg, like a ballerina doing a pirouette. As soon as I opened the door, it slowed to a stop. I stood frozen in the doorway, trying to process what I'd just witnessed. There was no draft, no open windows, nothing that could explain the movement. And beneath the chair was a perfect circular groove worn into the hardwood floor, with fresh sawdust sprinkled around it, as if the spinning had just carved deeper into the wood. I'm not a superstitious person. I've always been the skeptical, rational type who looks for logical explanations, but in that moment, I couldn't find one. I called Jacob upstairs. I needed a second pair of eyes, needed to know I wasn't imagining things. When he came into the room, his face went pale. "Dad, where did that chair come from?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," I admitted. "It wasn't here during the walkthrough." I explained what I'd seen, the chair spinning on its own, and showed him the groove in the floor. Jacob, usually so talkative, just stared at the chair in silence. We decided not to tell Sarah and the girls right away. Why worry them when it could have been... Well, I still couldn't explain what it could have been. We closed the door to that room and finished unpacking downstairs, but the mood had shifted. We kept looking over our shoulders, jumping at every creak and groan of the house settling. When Sarah and the girls came back, they were all smiles and excitement about the park and neighborhood. Rex had finally come out from under the couch, but stayed glued to Jacob's side. The kittens had calmed down too, but Mittens kept watching the staircase with suspicious eyes. That night, after everyone was asleep, I went back to that room. The chair hadn't moved, but sitting there in the dark, it seemed to have a presence, like it was watching me. I closed the door again and decided to ask the landlord about it in the morning. When I called him, he seemed genuinely confused. No, there hadn't been furniture left in the house. No, he didn't know anything about an antique chair. He offered to come remove it, but something made me decline. I told him we'd just put it in the garage for now. But I never moved that chair. Every time I went to do it, something stopped me. A phone call, one of the kids needing something, or just an inexplicable reluctance to touch it. It stayed in that room, which we ended up using for storage, rather than as the guest room we'd planned. That was just the beginning. Over the next few weeks, little things started happening. Items would go missing, only to turn up in strange places. My car keys ended up in the refrigerator. Emma's favorite doll disappeared for 3 days before we found it sitting on top of the bookshelf that none of the kids could reach without a ladder. Then the pictures started falling. We'd hang family photos in the hallway, and in the morning they'd be on the floor, frames intact but the glass shattered. After the third time, Sarah stopped replacing the glass. About a month in, the noises began. At first, it was just the typical creaks and groans of an older house, but soon it became more distinct. Footsteps in the hallway when everyone was accounted for, knocking from inside the walls, and the worst, whispers. The first time I heard them, I was up late working in the living room. A soft, unintelligible murmuring coming from the upstairs hallway. I thought it was one of the kids talking in their sleep, but when I checked, everyone was sound asleep. The whispers stopped as soon as I reached the top of the stairs. Jacob heard them too. He started sleeping with his music on. Emma began having nightmares, always about the chairman who watched her from the corner of her room. Lily developed an imaginary friend named Old Thomas, who she said lived in the walls and was really sad and really mad. Sarah tried to rationalize everything. Old houses make noise, kids have active imaginations, stress from the move was affecting us all. But I could see the worry in her eyes when she thought I wasn't looking, the way she'd flinch at unexpected sounds. 3 months in, things escalated. I came home from work to find Sarah sitting on the front porch, kids and pets in the car, refusing to go back inside. She was shaking, barely able to form sentences. When she calmed down enough to speak, she told me she'd been in the kitchen when every single cabinet door and drawer opened simultaneously, then slammed shut with such force that dishes broke inside. She grabbed the kids and ran. I went inside to check, finding the kitchen exactly as she described. Cabinet doors hanging open, broken dishes, the fridge door ajar with food spoiling. But what disturbed me most was the smell. A pungent, almost rotten odor that seemed to permeate everything. We stayed at a hotel that night. I convinced Sarah it was probably just a bizarre pressure change in the house, maybe coupled with a minor earthquake we hadn't felt. She pretended to believe me, but I could tell she didn't. We returned the next day. Everything seemed normal again. No smell, no open cabinets. Even Rex seemed more relaxed. We cautiously resumed our lives. But something had fundamentally changed. We were all on edge, waiting for the next incident. It came about 2 weeks later. Jacob was alone in his room doing homework when his stereo turned on by itself, blasting static at full volume. When he tried to unplug it, he said the cord wrapped around his wrist like a snake. He had the marks to prove it, red welts in a perfect coil pattern. That same night, Emma woke up screaming that someone was sitting on her bed. By the time we reached her room, there was a perfect indentation of a person's weight on the edge of her mattress, slowly rising as if whatever had been sitting there had just stood up. Lily's friend, old Thomas, became more concerning. She started drawing pictures of him, a tall, gaunt figure with no face, just darkness where features should be. She said he was getting more angry because the chair keeps him here. The chair. In all the chaos, I'd almost forgotten about it. I went back to that room, finding the door unlocked despite Sarah insisting she'd locked it days ago. The chair sat in its groove, but now the circle was deeper, nearly half an inch carved into the hardwood. And there was more sawdust, fresh and fine, as if it had been spinning recently. As I stood there looking at it, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath clouded in front of me, and I felt a presence behind me, so tangible I was certain if I turned around, someone would be there. But when I finally gathered the courage to look, the hallway was empty. I decided then to get rid of the chair. I called 2 friends to help me, not telling them the whole story, just that we needed to remove some unwanted furniture. When they arrived, we went upstairs to that room. The chair was gone. We searched the entire house, but it had vanished completely. My friends thought I was losing it, making them search for a chair that wasn't there. I couldn't explain, couldn't make them understand the dread I felt. That night, the banging started. Loud, deliberate pounding from inside the walls, moving from room to room. It followed us, always closest to wherever we were in the house. The dogs from neighboring houses barked incessantly. Rex howled, a sound I'd never heard him make before. Sarah wanted to call the police, but what would we tell them? That our house was haunted, that an invisible force was terrorizing us. Instead, we gathered the kids in our bedroom, made a nest of blankets on the floor, and tried to pretend it was a fun family sleepover. None of us slept. The banging continued until dawn, when it stopped as abruptly as it had begun. The next day, Sarah called a local priest. I'm not religious, but at that point I was willing to try anything. He came, blessed the house, sprinkled holy water in every room. He paused longest in the room where the chair had been, his expression troubled. Before leaving, he told us the house felt heavy with sorrow and rage. Not exactly comforting words. For a few days after his visit, things were quieter. We started to hope whatever had been happening was over. Then, one night, around 3 a.m., I woke to the sound of wood scraping across floor. It was coming from directly above our bedroom, from that room. I knew what I'd find before I even opened the door. The chair was back, spinning faster than before, the leg carving deeper into the floor. As I stood watching, it began to slow, then stopped, facing directly at me. And though the chair was empty, I had the overwhelming sensation of being stared at by someone sitting in it. I backed out of the room, closing the door. When I returned to our bedroom, Sarah was sitting up in bed, wide awake. "It's back, isn't it?" she asked. I nodded. "We need to leave," she said, her voice surprisingly calm. "Not the house, the town. We need to break the lease and go." I started to argue about financial implications, about uprooting the kids again, about running from problems instead of facing them. But then we heard it. A low, gurgling laugh from the room with the chair. It wasn't a human sound. We packed essentials that night. Left furniture, left most possessions, loaded the kids and pets into the car as the sun rose. I dropped the keys in the landlord's mailbox with a note saying we had a family emergency and couldn't stay. We drove for 2 days before stopping at a motel far enough away that we felt safe. Sarah started looking for a new rental in a different city. Jacob researched the history of the Pinewood house online, but found nothing unusual. No reported deaths, no tragic events. It's been 6 months since we left. We're in a new house now, in a different state. The kids are adjusting. Rex doesn't hide under furniture anymore. The kittens found homes with friends. But sometimes I still wake up at 3 a.m., certain I can hear the faint sound of wood scraping against hardwood, coming from somewhere inside our new house. And last week, Emma asked why we brought the chairman with us when we moved. I don't know what was in that house. I don't know if it followed us. All I know is that some nights I still check every room before bed, half expecting to find that chair waiting for me, spinning slowly in the darkness, carving its endless circle. Story 6. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, even though it's been almost 15 years since I moved out of my childhood home in Oak Ridge. It was a nice 2-story house on Maple Lane. Nothing fancy, just a typical suburban home with 4 bedrooms upstairs, a decent backyard, and a basement my dad converted into a rec room. We were your average American family. Mom, Dad, my older sister Emma, and me. But our house had something else living in it. Something I didn't understand until much later. I must have been around 7 when I first started noticing the footsteps. We'd all be downstairs, maybe watching TV in the living room or eating dinner in the kitchen, and there they'd be, clear as day. Someone walking back and forth across the upstairs hallway. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, always the same pattern. They'd start at one end of the hallway, near my parents' bedroom, and walk slowly to the other end, past my and Emma's rooms, to what used to be the guest bedroom. Then they'd pause for maybe 30 seconds before making the return trip. The first few times I actually thought nothing of it. I figured it was Emma or my dad upstairs grabbing something. But then one night, we were all watching a movie, all 4 of us on the couch with a bowl of popcorn, and there they were again. Footsteps, right above our heads. I remember looking around at everyone, confused. Who's upstairs? My parents exchanged this look. I can still picture it perfectly, this weird mix of concern and something else I couldn't identify at the time. "Nobody's upstairs, honey," my mom said casually, turning back to the TV. "It's just the pipes. The houses in this neighborhood are all connected through the water pipes, and sometimes when the neighbors walk around, we can hear it. It's nothing to worry about." It seemed like a weird explanation, but I was 7, and adults knew everything, right? Emma, who was 11, just nodded like this made perfect sense. But the thing is, those footsteps didn't sound like pipes. They sounded exactly like someone walking. You know, the distinctive sound of weight on floorboards, that subtle creak that's unmistakably human. Yeah, that's what we heard. Regular as clockwork, almost always in the evenings between 7:30 and 8:30. As I got older, I started questioning the pipe explanation. For one thing, our neighbors' houses weren't that close. We had decent-sized yards between us. Plus, the footsteps always followed the exact same path at roughly the same time. If it was neighbors, wouldn't the sounds be more random? I remember bringing it up again when I was about 12, and my dad got a little irritated. "Olivia, we've been through this. It's the pipes." End of story. So I stopped asking, but I never stopped noticing. The thing that really got me was how consistent they were. Almost every evening, that same slow, methodical pace. Starting at my parents' room, walking to the guest room, pausing, then back again. Sometimes they'd repeat the cycle 3 or 4 times before stopping. I got used to them, honestly. They became part of the background noise of our home, like the hum of the refrigerator or the tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway. Sometimes I'd even catch myself waiting for them, ears perked up around 7:30, wondering when our invisible upstairs visitor would begin their nightly rounds. There were times when the footsteps changed their pattern, like when I had the flu in 8th grade and had to stay home from school for a week. I was miserable, feverish, and couldn't keep anything down. Mom had set me up in my bedroom with a trash can by the bed and ginger ale on the nightstand. That evening, instead of the usual path, the footsteps seemed to pace back and forth just outside my bedroom door. Back and forth for nearly an hour. It should have freaked me out, but strangely, I found it comforting. I eventually fell asleep to that steady rhythm. The next morning, my fever had broken. Another weird incident happened when I was 16 and broke curfew. I'd gone to a party with some friends and lost track of time. Okay, fine. I was making out with Jason Miller in his car. I snuck in around 1:30 a.m., thinking I was being super stealthy. As I crept up the stairs to my room, I heard them. Footsteps coming from the end of the hall near the guest room, moving quickly toward my parents' room. I froze on the steps, my heart pounding. The next morning I got grounded for 2 weeks. Mum said she'd heard me come in, but I knew she'd been asleep. Dad told me later they both were until something woke them up. I lived with those footsteps for 11 more years until I went off to college. By then, they were just part of home. I actually missed them in my dorm room, which felt too quiet at night. Fast forward to 5 years after college, I was 27, and after years of saving, I was finally buying my first house. It wasn't anything special, a small split level in a decent neighborhood, about 40 minutes from my parents. During the final walkthrough, the real estate agent was going over some details about the heating system when I heard the upstairs neighbors walking around. That night, I called Mom in a bit of a panic. "Mom! I can hear the neighbors walking in their apartment. It's so loud. What if it keeps me up at night?" The agent didn't mention anything about thin ceilings. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. "Olivia," she said finally, her voice different somehow, "you bought a detached house. There aren't any shared walls or ceilings with neighbors." "Yeah, but I can hear them walking. It must be the pipes, right? Like in our old house." Another long pause. "Honey, there's something I need to tell you about our house in Oak Ridge." That's when my entire childhood understanding shifted. Mom confessed that the pipe explanation had been a complete fabrication, something they came up with because they didn't want to frighten Emma and me. We all heard those footsteps, Olivia, every single one of us. There was never anyone upstairs when we heard them, never. I felt a chill run down my spine as she continued. "Your father and I would take turns checking sometimes. We'd make an excuse to go upstairs, getting a sweater or using the bathroom, just to confirm what we already knew. The upstairs was always empty, always." "But why didn't you tell us?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. What were we supposed to say to 2 little girls? That we were living with a ghost? We thought it would terrify you. We wanted you to feel safe in your own home. The revelation stunned me into silence for a moment. All those years, my parents had been just as aware of our invisible housemate as I was. They'd just been protecting us from what they thought would scare us. But then Mom said something that made everything click into place. "There's something else," she said, her voice softening. "Something your father noticed pretty quickly after we moved in. The footsteps. They sounded exactly like his mother. My grandmother, my dad's mom, had died about 6 months before my parents bought the house. I barely remembered her since I was only 3 when she passed. But according to Mom, Grandma Ruth had a very distinctive way of walking. She'd had hip surgery in her 60s that left her with a slight unevenness to her gait, a little heavier on the right foot than the left. When you were a baby, Mum continued, you had terrible colic. You would cry for hours, and nothing seemed to help. Your grandmother would come over and take you upstairs. She'd pace back and forth in the hallway, holding you against her shoulder, patting your back, from your parents' room to the guest room, and back again, over and over until you fell asleep. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. The footsteps we heard in that house, they had that same uneven rhythm, a little heavier on the right than the left. Your father recognized it immediately. My mind was racing, piecing together memories. Is that why Dad never seemed bothered by them? He'd just smile sometimes when we heard them. Your father found them comforting, Mom said. He believed it was his mother, still watching over our family, still pacing the hallway like she used to do for you. I thought about the time I was sick with the flu, how the footsteps had seemed to stand guard outside my door, how they'd alerted my parents when I broke curfew. Did Emma know? I asked. We told her the truth when she was about 17. She'd figured out the pipe story was nonsense years earlier, but never said anything. I think she didn't want to scare you. I sat in my new, empty house, processing this revelation. The house that had suddenly gone completely silent after I'd clearly heard footsteps earlier. Mom, I said slowly, I definitely heard footsteps upstairs when I was doing the walkthrough today. But there's no one here but me. Mom was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Your grandmother always did say she'd watch over you girls no matter what. I hung up shortly after, feeling strangely calm. I went upstairs and stood in the hallway of my new home. Grandma Ruth, I said to the empty air, is that you? No response came, at least not then. But that night, as I was drifting off to sleep in my new bedroom, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my room. Slightly uneven, a little heavier on the right than the left, pacing slowly back and forth, back and forth. I should have been terrified. Instead, I felt a profound sense of peace wash over me. I closed my eyes and whispered, Good night, Grandma. The footsteps continued their steady rhythm until I fell asleep. It's been 3 years now in this house. The footsteps come and go. Sometimes I won't hear them for weeks, and then usually when I'm stressed or upset about something, they'll return. Always in the evening, always that same uneven gait. Last month, I found out I'm pregnant. The night after I took the test, the footsteps came back. They've been consistent every night since then, pacing the hallway outside what will be the nursery. I haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? But sometimes I wonder how many other families live with unexplained sounds they dismiss or explain away. How many other grandmothers are still pacing hallways, watching over the people they love long after they've gone? All I know is that in both houses I've lived in as an adult, I've never installed a baby monitor. Somehow, I don't think I'll need one. Story 7. I still wake up in cold sweats some nights, feeling that pressure on my chest and the sensation of being watched. It's been almost 5 years since I moved out of that house in West Hills, Portland, but the memories haven't faded at all. I've never talked about this publicly before, just to my therapist and a few close friends who probably think I'm making it up anyway. But I need to get this out there. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar, or maybe writing it down will help me process what happened. I don't know. It was June 2018 when I found what seemed like an incredible deal, a gorgeous 1920s home in West Hills, one of Portland's most desirable neighborhoods. At 4,200 square feet, with original hardwood floors and those classic craftsman details, it should have been way out of my price range. The realtor seemed nervous the whole time she showed me around, rushing through certain rooms and constantly checking her phone. When I asked why it was priced so low, Compared to similar properties, she just mumbled something about the current owners being motivated sellers and that the market's been soft lately. Total BS, but I was too excited about the prospect of owning such a beautiful home to push harder. I should have pushed harder. The previous owners, an older couple named Eleanor and Marcus Winters, had lived there since 1965. The realtor mentioned they had passed away within months of each other, and their children were eager to sell, something about how she said it felt off, but I brushed it aside. God, I wish I hadn't. I moved in that August. The first few weeks were completely normal, exhausting with all the unpacking and settling in, but nothing unusual. I remember feeling so proud showing my parents and friends around. Everyone commented on what an amazing find it was. My brother even joked, "What's wrong with it? Must be haunted or something for this price." We all laughed. About a month after moving in, I started noticing small things. Keys would disappear from where I left them. The temperature in certain rooms, especially the master bedroom, would drop suddenly for no reason. I'd wake up to find doors I knew I'd closed standing wide open. All stuff I could explain away. Old house, drafty windows, forgetfulness from being busy with my new job. Then came that first night in late September. I'd gone to bed around 11, exhausted after a long week. I woke up suddenly at 3:17 a.m. I remember checking my phone, wondering what had disturbed me. The room was freezing cold, much colder than the rest of the house should have been, even with Portland's fall weather setting in. As I lay there, I became aware of a presence. That's the only way I can describe it. A heaviness in the air, like the atmospheric pressure had changed. I tried to turn over to reach the lamp on my nightstand, but I couldn't move. Not paralyzed exactly. I could still breathe, could still blink, but it felt like something incredibly heavy was pressing down on me. That's when I saw it for the first time. Standing at the foot of my bed was what looked like a man made of darkness. Not just a dark figure, but something that seemed to be made of shadows themselves, deeper and darker than the night around it. It had a vaguely human shape, head, shoulders, torso, but no distinct features I could make out. Just a void in the shape of a person. I tried to scream, but couldn't make a sound. The shadow figure just stood there watching. I could feel it watching me, even though it had no visible eyes. After what felt like forever, but was probably only minutes, it moved, not walking but gliding around to the side of my bed. It leaned over me, the darkness of it seeming to spread out like smoke. I could feel cold radiating from it, so intense it burned my skin. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. The pressure lifted, the room warmed slightly, and I could move again. I shot up in bed, turned on every light in the room, and sat there until dawn, convinced I'd had some kind of waking nightmare or sleep paralysis episode. I'd read about those before. I didn't tell anyone. What would I say? I saw a shadow person? I'd sound crazy. Instead, I researched sleep paralysis and convinced myself that's what it was. Stress from the new house, new job, all of it, but it happened again 3 nights later, and again 2 nights after that. Always between 3 and 4 a.m. Always the same figure, always the same cold, the same pressure, the same sensation of being watched by something that shouldn't exist. Each time it stayed longer, each time it got closer. After the 5th episode, I was a wreck. I wasn't sleeping. I couldn't focus at work. I started sleeping on the couch downstairs with all the lights on, which helped for a few nights. Then I came home from work one evening to find every single light in the house burned out. Every single one. Even the brand new bulbs I'd just installed in the living room lamps. I called my friend Melissa in tears and she came over with replacement bulbs. She stayed that night on the couch while I took the guest bedroom. Nothing happened. I slept through the night for the first time in weeks. The next day, I convinced myself again it had been stress and lack of sleep causing hallucinations. until I found the box in the attic. I hadn't been up there since moving in. It was accessed through a small door in the ceiling of the hall closet, and I hadn't had any reason to explore it. But I needed to store some seasonal decorations, so I pulled down the folding ladder and climbed up. The attic was typical for these old homes, unfinished, dusty, with exposed beams and insulation. What wasn't typical was the way it was divided. Most of the space was open, but there was a section above the garage that was walled off with newer drywall. There was a door in this wall, locked with an old-fashioned skeleton key that was still in the lock. Something compelled me to open it. Inside was a small room with a single chair facing the window that overlooked the street. On the floor beside it was an old wooden box, about the size of a shoebox but deeper. I brought it into the main attic space where the light was better. Inside were newspaper clippings from the 1960s. Most were about a restaurant called Henry Thiel's and its owner, Henry Thiel. There were photos of lavish parties, wealthy-looking people in formal wear, and several of a man I assumed was Henry, tall, thin, with sharp features and eyes that seemed to pierce right through the camera. Even in the yellowed newspaper photos, there was something unsettling about his gaze. Deeper in the box were more disturbing clippings. A woman found dead in a garage in West Hills in 1964. Police investigating disappearances of several young women last seen at Henry Thiel's. The restaurant closing suddenly in 1965. And a small article about the Winters family purchasing a home in West Hills, previously owned by restaurateur Henry Thiel. My home. There was also a small leather-bound book, a journal. The entries were sparse but disturbing. They detailed ceremonies held in the house, particularly in a special room above the garage. The writer, presumably Thiel, described calling forth shadows and binding darkness to serve. It was rambling, sometimes incoherent, but terrifying in its matter-of-factness. The final pages described police closing in, a need to secure what I've created, and a plan to seal it within these walls until I can return. The last entry simply read, "It will wait for me. It has no choice." I slammed the journal shut, my hands shaking so badly I dropped it back into the box. As it fell, something else clattered out. A ring of old skeleton keys, identical to the one in the attic door. That night, I did something I hadn't done before. I locked my bedroom door with the skeleton key from that ring. I also locked the door to the hallway that led to my bedroom and the door at the bottom of the stairs. 3 doors, 3 old locks, 3 keys. I slept through the night. No shadow figure, no cold, no pressure. The next night, I repeated the process. Another peaceful night. For the first time since the encounters began, I felt like I had some control. Whatever this thing was, it couldn't get through locked doors, at least not ones locked with these specific keys. I started researching the house's history more thoroughly. City records confirmed Henry Thiel owned it from 1958 to 1965. He sold it abruptly, the same month his restaurant closed. The Winters family bought it and lived there for decades. Marcus died in 2016, Eleanor in 2017. According to an old neighbor I tracked down, they'd had troubles in the house but refused to leave. The neighbor mentioned something about Eleanor being visited at night and Marcus keeping an axe under their bed, but she clammed up when I pressed for details. I also found records of several nannies and housekeepers who worked for the Winters family over the years, none staying longer than a few months. One was still in Portland, an elderly woman named Ruth, who agreed to meet me for coffee after I explained I now owned the house. What Ruth told me chilled me to the bone. She had worked for the Winters in the late 1970s. Eleanor had warned her very specifically never to leave certain doors unlocked at night. The same doors I had discovered needed to be secured. When Ruth asked why, Eleanor simply said, "He comes otherwise." Ruth described waking one night to find Eleanor screaming in the master bedroom. When Ruth entered, She saw nothing, but Eleanor was pointing at the ceiling, hysterical about the shadow man. Ruth quit 2 weeks later when she herself felt something watching her as she slept in the small staff bedroom off the kitchen. Most disturbing was what Ruth told me about the area above the garage. According to her, Marcus's daughters from his previous marriage had once used a bedroom connected to that space. They refused to visit after moving out for college, claiming they'd been tormented by a shadowy figure that would stand in the doorway between their room and the attic space. Marcus had eventually sealed off that doorway, but Ruth said Eleanor still complained about him finding other ways in. I went home that day and stood in the hallway, staring at the wall that now separated the main house from that space above the garage. Had the Winters family put up that wall, or had the previous owners before me? Either way, someone had tried to physically seal off that section of the house. That night, I followed my new routine of locking the 3 doors. I slept fitfully, but without incident, until around 3:20 a.m., when I was jolted awake by the sound of a key turning in a lock. I froze, listening intently. There it was again. The unmistakable sound of one of those old skeleton keys turning, metal scraping against metal. But it wasn't coming from my bedroom door or even the hallway door. It seemed to be coming from the 3rd door, the one at the bottom of the stairs. Then I heard it open, slow, creaking. I sat up in bed, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. There was silence for a few minutes, then footsteps on the stairs. Heavy, deliberate steps that no human would make in the middle of the night if they were trying to move quietly. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and stopped outside the hallway door. Another key sound, another lock turning, another door opening. Now there was only my bedroom door between me and whatever was in the hallway. I could see the shadow of feet in the crack under the door, blocking the faint nightlight I kept plugged in outside my room. The doorknob to my bedroom turned, once, twice, rattling, but the lock held. Then silence. I sat there, unable to move, unable to call out, as the shadow under my door remained perfectly still for what felt like hours. Eventually, I must have passed out from sheer terror and exhaustion. When I woke the next morning, all 3 doors were still locked. The keys were still in the locks, exactly as I'd left them. I tried to convince myself it had been another nightmare, until I noticed the scratches. On the outside of my bedroom door, at about the height where a doorknob would be, were 3 long, deep gouges in the wood. They weren't there the day before. I'm certain of it. I moved out that day, packed what I could fit in my car and went straight to a hotel. I called a realtor from there and listed the house immediately, disclosing only what was legally required. It sold within weeks, well below market value, to a developer who planned to completely renovate the property. I drive by occasionally. They gutted the interior, reconfigured the entire floor plan. There's a new family living there now. I wonder if they've found the keys yet. I wonder if they've discovered what happens when certain doors are left unlocked. I wonder if they've noticed the walled-off section above the garage. Most of all, I wonder if they've met him yet. The shadow man, waiting in the darkness, watching, always watching. Because I still feel him sometimes, even though I live across town now. On certain nights I wake up at exactly 3:17 a.m. with that same heaviness in the air. And for just a moment in the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of something darker than darkness. I think he found me. I think he followed me. And I don't know how to lock a door against something that has the keys. Story 8. I honestly don't know if I'll ever sleep properly again. It's been 3 days, and I still can't bring myself to turn off the lights at night. I keep thinking I hear laughter when the house is silent. I've checked every corner of my room a dozen times. Writing this down might help, I don't know, but I need to tell someone what happened. I've always been the logical one among my friends. When Tracy said her house was haunted because a door slammed shut, I explained about air pressure. When Mike swore he saw a shadow person in his hallway, I showed him research about sleep paralysis and hypnagogic hallucinations. I've always had an explanation for everything, until now. Last weekend I visited my friend Dee Dee Thornton's place in our small town of Pine Hollow, Tennessee. If you've never been to Pine Hollow, imagine the most stereotypical small rural town with more churches than restaurants, and everyone knowing everyone's business. Nothing exciting ever happens here, which is probably why I've been so desperate to leave for college next year. Dee Dee's grandmother passed away about 2 months ago, and her mum had been slowly sorting through her belongings. I'd never been particularly close with Dee Dee, but we had AP English together, and she'd invited me over to study for finals. While I was there, she showed me her grandmother's collection of porcelain dolls that were displayed in a glass cabinet in their living room. I've always found old collectibles fascinating. My mom calls me a second-hand soul because I love vintage stuff and antique stores. The collection was impressive. About 30 delicate porcelain dolls of different sizes and styles. Some were dressed like Victorian ladies, others like Southern belles with frilly parasols. My mum's trying to decide what to do with them, Dee Dee explained. None of us really want them in the house anymore. I asked her why, and she hesitated before pointing to one doll in particular. It was seated in a tiny wooden rocking chair, wearing a white frilly dress with lace trim. Long blonde hair framed a face with striking blue eyes and rosy cheeks. The craftsmanship was incredible. You could see individual eyelashes and the tiniest details in the embroidery of her dress. "That one gives everyone the creeps," Dee Dee said. "My grandma always said it was different. Mum won't even touch it." I picked up the doll to examine it closer, and I swear Dee Dee took a step back. "It's just the uncanny valley effect," I explained confidently. "Our brains are wired to be unsettled by things that look almost human, but not quite. It's a psychological phenomenon." Dee Dee's mom walked in while I was holding it, and actually gasped. "Oh, you're touching that one." I laughed it off. "It's beautifully made. Do you know how old it is? My mother never told us where she got it. It's been in that chair as long as I can remember." She seemed uncomfortable, but slightly impressed by my interest. "Would you like to have it? If you really like these kinds of things." Before I could answer, she added, "There's another one that's similar. They might be from the same maker." She pointed to another blonde doll wearing a blue and white checkered dress. The offer caught me off guard. These dolls had to be worth something, and I was just a casual acquaintance of her daughter. But I couldn't hide my enthusiasm. "Are you sure? They must be valuable." "I'd rather they go to someone who appreciates them than sit in a box somewhere," she said. Then her expression changed, became more serious. "But I need to ask something. If you ever decide you don't want the rocking chair doll anymore, please bring it back to us. Don't throw it away or give it to someone else. It was important to my mother." I agreed without much thought. Dee Dee helped me wrap them carefully in old newspaper, and I placed them in my backpack for the bike ride home. The whole time, Dee Dee kept giving me these weird looks, like she was worried or something. When I got home, I cleared a space on my shelf between my collection of vintage cameras and some crystals I'd gathered over the years. The dolls looked perfect there. I positioned the one in the rocking chair so she was facing slightly toward my bed. I thought it looked nice that way, like she was watching over the room. My parents were out for dinner with friends, so I made myself a sandwich and spent the evening studying. I kept glancing at the dolls, feeling oddly proud of my new acquisitions. Around 11, I finally got ready for bed. I remember looking at the rocking chair doll one last time before turning out the light, thinking how the moonlight from my window made her face look almost alive. I fell asleep quickly, exhausted from biking and studying, and then I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when you jolt awake and immediately know something is wrong? It was like that, but 100 times worse. The room was dark except for a sliver of moonlight cutting across my bed. I tried to move, to reach for my phone to check the time, but I couldn't. My body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. At first, I thought it was sleep paralysis. I'd read about it, even though I'd never experienced it before. But then I realized I could move my eyes, and that's when I saw it. The rocking chair doll was staring directly at me, not just facing my direction like I'd positioned her, but staring at me. Her head was tilted at an angle I hadn't placed her in, and even in the dim light I could see her eyes were fixed on mine. The chair seemed to be rocking ever so slightly, though there wasn't any breeze in my room. I tried to scream. I tried to look away. I couldn't do either. It was like her gaze had physically trapped me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I couldn't make a sound. And that's when I heard it. Laughter. Not just one laugh, but dozens, maybe hundreds of children laughing. It started softly, like it was coming from far away, then grew louder until it felt like it was inside my head. High-pitched, innocent-sounding laughter that somehow felt anything but innocent. The sound circled around me, like the children were running around my bed, but there was nothing to see. The worst part was the doll's face. As the laughter grew louder, I swear her porcelain lips curved up slightly at the corners. Not enough that you'd notice if you weren't looking directly at her, but I was. I couldn't look away. Her painted eyes seemed to grow wider, more alive. I don't know how long I was trapped like that. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Suddenly, like a rubber band snapping, I could move again. I lurched upright, gasping for air, and the laughter instantly stopped. The room was silent except for my ragged breathing. The doll was still there on the shelf, but now it was just a doll again. Except I was absolutely certain it had moved. The angle of the head, the position of the tiny hands in its lap, different from how I'd placed it. My whole body was shaking so badly I could barely stand. But I knew I had to do something about that doll. I grabbed a t-shirt from my floor and, without touching the doll directly, used it to pick up the rocking chair and turn it around to face the wall. I didn't want to touch it. I didn't even want to look at it. I sat on the edge of my bed until sunrise, watching that doll, afraid to take my eyes off it even though I couldn't see its face anymore. I was terrified it would turn back around if I wasn't vigilant. The minute the sun came up, I stuffed both dolls back into my backpack. I didn't care about the other one either at that point. I just wanted them out of my house. I texted Dee Dee, saying I needed to return them, and asked if I could come over right away. When I got to her house at 7:30 a.m., still in my pajamas with a jacket thrown over them, Dee Dee and her mum were already waiting for me. They didn't seem surprised to see me. They didn't even seem surprised when I blurted out what had happened, my words tumbling out so fast I barely made sense. They exchanged this look, this knowing look, and Dee Dee's mom just nodded like I'd confirmed something she already knew. "We should have warned you more clearly," she said, taking the wrapped dolls from me. She didn't unwrap them, just held the package like she was familiar with its weight. "My mother always said that one chooses who it wants to stay with. Apparently, it didn't choose you." "What does that mean?" I demanded, my voice cracking. "What is that thing?" Dee Dee's mom shook her head. "My mother would never explain, just said it had been in our family for generations and needed to stay with someone who understood it. I never did. Neither did Dee Dee." "We thought maybe you would," Dee Dee added quietly. "You're always so interested in old things, and you weren't afraid of it like everyone else." I was angry then. "So you gave me a haunted doll as an experiment, to see what would happen." "Not haunted," Dee Dee's mom corrected, though she didn't offer an alternative explanation. "And we didn't know anything would happen. It's been sitting in that cabinet for years without incident." I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to demand more answers, but a bigger part just wanted to forget the whole thing. I left without really resolving anything. Dee Dee tried to apologize at school on Monday, but I've been avoiding her since. Here's the thing that still bothers me. When I got home after returning the dolls, I realized there was something in my backpack, a single blonde strand of hair, too long and fine to be mine. I told myself it must have come from the doll when I was wrapping it up, that the hair had just gotten loose. But last night, I heard laughter again, just for a second, faint and distant, like children playing down the street. Except when I looked out my window, there was no one there. The street was empty. I keep telling myself it's just my mind playing tricks on me because I'm still freaked out, that there's a logical explanation for everything that happened. Sleep paralysis, an auditory hallucination brought on by stress. The doll moving because I didn't remember correctly how I positioned it. But deep down, I know what I experienced wasn't normal. And I can't help wondering, if the doll chooses who it stays with, why did it reveal itself to me only to be returned? What was it trying to show me? And why do I still feel like something followed me home, even though the dolls are gone? I don't expect anyone to believe me. I wouldn't have believed this story a week ago. All I know is that I'll never look at porcelain dolls the same way again, and I'm sleeping with my lights on until the memory of that laughter fades from my mind, if it ever does. Story 9. I still remember that summer night in 1994. I was 11 years old, and it's been almost 30 years, but I swear I can recall every detail like it happened yesterday. Some things you just can't forget, no matter how much you want to. We lived in this quiet neighborhood called Oak Ridge. Nice houses, manicured lawns, the kind of place where parents let their kids ride bikes until the streetlights came on. My dad worked at the bank, Mom was a teacher at the elementary school, and I was just a normal kid who liked Nintendo and comic books. Nothing special about us at all. Nothing that would explain what happened. That night, I'd gone to bed around 9:30. It was hot, so I just had a sheet over me, and my window was cracked open to let in a breeze. I remember falling asleep pretty quickly, and then the dream started. In the dream, I was at school, standing by the monkey bars during recess. This kid, Tommy Reston, he was the worst bully in our grade, came up to me. He was always picking on me for being skinny, for reading books during lunch, whatever excuse he could find. In the dream, he was mad because I'd gotten a better grade on our math test. I remember how real it felt when he pulled his arm back and punched me right in the chest. Hard, like surprisingly hard. The pain woke me up. Not the way dreams usually do, where you kind of fade back to reality. This was instant. 1 second I'm getting punched at school, the next I'm gasping in my bed, clutching my chest, feeling this intense, throbbing ache exactly where Tommy had hit me. That's when I realized something was wrong. Really wrong. My room was dark, except for this weird glow coming from the corner by my door. At first, I thought my mom had left the hallway light on, but this wasn't normal light. It was, I don't know how to explain it, like light that had something wrong with it. Too white, but also sort of greenish around the edges, and there was something blocking most of it. Someone standing there. I froze, completely, couldn't even breathe. There was a figure standing between me and my bedroom door. It wasn't tall like an adult, maybe 5 feet or so, but it wasn't shaped like any person I'd ever seen. It wore what looked like a robe or a hood, like some kind of monk, but made of... It wasn't cloth. It moved like cloth, like fabric, but it was made of shadow, not just dark fabric, actual shadow, the kind that shouldn't be able to exist separate from whatever's casting it. But there it was, this shadow stuff flowing and moving like it was alive. Its face, I couldn't see one, just darkness where a face should be, darker than the rest of it. And its hands, God, its hands. They were moving constantly, doing this weird folding motion with more of that shadow fabric, like it was weaving something or preparing something. I wanted to scream for my parents. Their bedroom was just down the hall. Dad would come running. He always did when I had nightmares. But I couldn't move. At all. Not my arms, Not my legs, not even my mouth to scream. It was like my entire body was filled with concrete. I could only move my eyes, which were probably huge with terror at that point. The worst part was that I could feel it watching me. Even though I couldn't see eyes, I knew it was looking right at me, studying me. Every few seconds, it would pause its weird hand movements and tilt its head up slightly, like it was checking to make sure I was still there, still paralyzed. I don't know how long we stayed like that, probably only minutes, but it felt like hours. Eventually, I started getting feeling back in my body, first my fingers, then my toes. It was slow, like when your foot falls asleep and then wakes up with pins and needles, except it was my entire body. When I could finally move my lips, I whispered, "Who are you?" It didn't answer, didn't react at all, just kept doing that creepy folding motion with the shadow in its hands. "What do you want?" I tried again, my voice barely audible even to myself. Nothing. Just that horrible silence and the soft sounds of shadow fabric being manipulated. I was getting more movement back now. I could flex my hands, wiggle my toes under the sheet. I was trying not to show it, afraid that if the thing noticed I could move again, it might, I don't know what, attack me, take me somewhere. These were the thoughts racing through my head. Then I remembered something. My flashlight. I kept this little blue plastic flashlight under my pillow because I was afraid of the dark. Yeah, I know, ironic considering what was happening. It was just a cheap thing from the dollar store, but it was my security blanket. And right then, the weirdest thing happened. I heard a voice in my head. Not my voice, not any voice I recognized. It was calm, almost gentle. The light. Use the light, Mason. I'd never experienced anything like that before or since. This voice that wasn't a voice, more like a thought that didn't belong to me, but I knew instantly what it meant. The shadow thing was still watching me, still doing its creepy folding ritual. I had to be careful. I forced myself to breathe evenly, to look sleepy, like I was drifting back off. I even closed my eyes halfway, though I kept them open just enough to see the figure. Then, as fast as I could, I shoved my hand under my pillow, grabbed the flashlight and clicked it on, aiming it directly at the shadow monk's chest. What happened next? I still don't have words for it. The beam hit the shadow, and the thing seemed to implode. Like it collapsed in on itself, but with this weird spinning motion. The shadow fabric stuff swirled around like water going down a drain, mixing with that strange light that had been behind it. There was no sound, just this visual of darkness and light spiraling together until they vanished into a single point that blinked out of existence. And then, nothing. My room was normal again. Door closed. No weird light, no shadow monk. Just me, shaking, holding a flashlight, wondering if I'd gone crazy. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up in bed with my flashlight on until sunrise, afraid to move. When my mom came to wake me for breakfast, she took one look at me and asked if I was sick. I must have looked terrible. I had a bad dream, I told her. It seemed easier than trying to explain what had really happened. But then I remembered the pain in my chest from the dream punch, and I looked down at my pajama top. There was a bruise there. A real purple-green bruise, right where Tommy had punched me in my dream, right where the pain had woken me up. I showed my mum, who frowned, and asked if I'd fallen out of bed or bumped into something. I just nodded. What else could I say? That summer passed, and eventually I convinced myself it had been some weird sleep paralysis episode combined with a particularly vivid nightmare. The bruise faded. I went back to school in the fall. Life went on. I never saw the shadow monk again, not in all the years since, until now. My daughter Emma is 5 years old. She's amazing, smart, funny, with this wild curly hair and her mother's green eyes. About 2 months ago, she started having nightmares. bad ones. She'd wake up screaming about the shadow man. At first, we did what all parents do. Comforted her, checked under the bed, left a nightlight on. The usual stuff. But the nightmares didn't stop. They got worse. She started giving us details that made my blood run cold. "He wears a dark hood," she told me one night, her little voice trembling, "and he plays with shadow ribbons in his hands." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my spine. I'd never told anyone about what happened to me that night. Not my wife, not my parents, no one. There was no way Emma could know those details. Does he talk to you?" I asked her, trying to keep my voice steady. She shook her head. "He just watches me. He wants to catch me, Daddy." I started sleeping on the floor of her room. My wife thought I was overreacting, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was the same thing, that somehow this shadow monk had found me again, but now it was targeting my daughter. Last week things escalated. Emma's preschool teacher called us in for a meeting. Apparently Emma had been refusing to go to the reading corner during story time. When asked why, she said, "The shadow man stands there." The teacher was concerned. Thought maybe Emma was dealing with anxiety or needed to see a child psychologist. She showed us the reading corner, just a normal space with bookshelves and cushions in a sunny corner of the classroom. Nothing unusual or scary about it, except Emma was adamant. "He stands right there," she insisted, pointing to the space between a bookshelf and the window. "He watches me and does his shadow folding." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about what happened to me, about what seemed to be happening to Emma now. Was this thing, whatever it was, following my family? Had it been waiting all these years? And most importantly, how do I protect my daughter from something nobody else can see? Yesterday, Emma had her worst nightmare yet. She woke up at 3 a.m., not screaming this time, but sobbing quietly, which was somehow worse. When I rushed to her room, she was holding her arm, saying it hurt. There was a bruise there, a small one but unmistakable on her forearm. "The shadow man grabbed me," she whispered. "He pulled me, but I got away." My wife saw the bruise too. She suggested Emma must have bumped her arm on the bed frame or the wall during a nightmare. It was the rational explanation. But I knew better. I remembered my own bruise 30 years ago. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. Emma is napping, my wife is at work, and I'm sitting here terrified that history is repeating itself. What does this thing want? Why did it come for me? And why is it now coming for my daughter? The strangest part is what happened this morning. Emma was eating cereal, looking tired from her rough night, when she suddenly perked up and said, "Daddy, you know how to make the shadow man go away." "What do you mean, sweetie?" I asked, my heart pounding. She looked at me with those big green eyes and said, "The light, Daddy. You have to use the light." I haven't told her about my experience. I've never told anyone. But somehow she knows. The same message that helped me 30 years ago has found its way to her. Tonight, I'm putting a flashlight under her pillow. I'm going to sit in the corner of her room and wait. If that shadow monk shows up again, if it comes for my daughter, I'll be ready. But I'm terrified. What if the light doesn't work this time? What if it's stronger now? What if it takes her before I can stop it? I don't know why this is happening. I don't know what this thing is or what it wants. All I know is that it's real, it hurts children, and it's back. And the only weapon I have against it is a flashlight and the vague hope that whatever helped me as a child will help Emma now. If anyone has experienced anything like this, please tell me. I need to understand what we're dealing with before it's too late. The sun is setting now, and I can't shake the feeling that tonight is going to be different. That tonight the shadow monk isn't just going to watch. Story 10. I've never really told anyone about what happened to me at Fort Pickens. Not the full story, anyway. I mean, I tried once right after it happened, but that didn't go well. I was 13 then. I'm 22 now, and I still think about it almost every week. It was summer break in Pensacola, hot as hell like it always is in Florida. Me and 4 other guys decided to go explore Fort Pickens one afternoon. If you don't know, Fort Pickens is this massive old military fort on Santa Rosa Island. It's been there since like the 1800s, been through the Civil War, both world wars, you name it. The place has seen a lot of death. 2 of the guys were my actual friends, Jake and Mateo. The other 2, Derek and Chris, were these older kids, like 14 to 15, who we'd been hanging around with that summer. I was honestly just trying to impress them. They always seemed so cool to me back then. We rode our bikes there, crossing over the bridge to the island. The fort itself is this huge structure made of brick and concrete, with these arched passageways and dark tunnels running all through it. During the day, there are usually park rangers and tourists walking around, but we went in the late afternoon when most people were heading out, and we knew some areas where we could slip away from the main paths. You ever hear about the ghosts here? Derek asked as we locked our bikes by the visitor center. My cousin came here on a ghost tour and said he felt something grab his shoulder in one of the tunnels. Bull, Jake said, but I could tell he was a little freaked out. No, man, this place is haunted as shit, Chris added. Soldiers died here. There were battles. People got sick and died in the rooms. It's like the most haunted place in Pensacola. I didn't say anything, but I'd always been interested in ghost stories. My grandma used to tell me that some people are more sensitive to the other side than others. She claimed she could sometimes see things, and that I probably could too if I paid attention. I never knew if I believed her, but I'd always kept an open mind. We spent about an hour just exploring the main areas of the fort, climbing on the walls where we weren't supposed to, checking out the cannon positions, the usual stuff. The place really is impressive, with these massive brick walls and arched ceilings. But what we were really interested in were the tunnels and the storage rooms down below. As the day started winding down and most visitors were leaving, we made our way to the less visited section of the fort. There's this network of narrow corridors that connect different areas. Some are blocked off with gates, but not all of them. Let's split up and see who can go furthest into the tunnels, Derek suggested. He was always coming up with stuff like this. Is that safe? Mateo asked, always the cautious one. Don't be a baby, Chris said. We've got our phones for light. Just don't go where you can get lost. So that's how I ended up volunteering to explore one of the narrower tunnels. I think I was trying to prove something to Derek and Chris, show them I wasn't scared. I remember feeling this weird mix of fear and excitement as I stepped into the tunnel. It was cooler inside, a relief from the summer heat, but also damp and smelled like old stone and sea air. The tunnel wasn't completely dark. There were these small openings high up that let in some light, but I still used my phone's flashlight. The walls were rough brick, with patches of what looked like mold or salt deposits. Water dripped somewhere in the distance. I made it maybe halfway down the tunnel without anything happening. It was just an old, empty corridor. I actually remember feeling kind of proud of myself, thinking that the other guys would be impressed when I came back and told them I'd gone all the way through. Then everything changed. I was walking forward, my hand occasionally touching the wall to guide me, when I suddenly stopped. Not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't go any further. It was the strangest sensation I've ever felt. There was nothing there. I could see the tunnel continuing ahead of me, but it was like I'd walked into an invisible wall. My first thought was that maybe there was glass or something, but when I reached out, my hand passed through the air normally. Yet when I tried to step forward, it was like pushing against a dense, heavy resistance that wouldn't budge. Then came the anxiety. It wasn't gradual. It hit me like a truck. 1 second I was fine, the next I was terrified. My heart started racing, my palms got sweaty, and I felt this overwhelming sense of dread. But it wasn't the kind of fear you get from watching a horror movie or thinking someone's following you. This was deeper, more primal, like my body was detecting some kind of danger my conscious mind couldn't perceive. And that's when I saw him, about 15 feet ahead, sitting on the ground with his back against the wall of the tunnel, was a man, or the shape of a man. He wasn't fully solid. I could make out the bricks of the wall through parts of him, but he was definitely there. He was wearing what looked like an old military uniform, though I couldn't tell you from what era. His head was slumped forward, and one of his legs was stretched out awkwardly, like it was injured. The weirdest part, I wasn't scared of him. The anxiety I felt didn't seem connected to this figure. If anything, I felt sorry for him. It was like I was looking at the echo of someone who had been wounded in battle and had dragged himself into this tunnel to hide, to escape, or maybe just to die in peace. He didn't move or look at me. He just sat there, like a three-dimensional photograph frozen in time. I stood watching him for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then I screamed. Not because I was terrified of what I was seeing, but because I thought that's what I was supposed to do. Like, if you see a ghost, you scream, right? That's what people do in movies. So I screamed and turned and ran back the way I came, my phone's flashlight bouncing wildly across the walls as I sprinted. I burst out of the tunnel, gasping for breath, and nearly collided with Jake, who was waiting near the entrance. "Dude, what happened?" he asked, grabbing my shoulders to steady me. The others quickly gathered around. I was still breathing hard, my heart pounding, but the intense anxiety I'd felt in the tunnel was already fading. "I saw something in there," I said, pointing back toward the tunnel. "A soldier or something. He was just sitting there against the wall." Derek laughed. "Yeah, right." "No, I'm serious," I insisted. There was something blocking the tunnel too, like an invisible wall. I couldn't get past it. "An invisible wall?" Chris smirked. "Come on, man." "Did you get a picture?" Matteo asked, the only one who didn't immediately dismiss me. I hadn't even thought to take a photo. In that moment, it hadn't crossed my mind at all. "No, it happened too fast." "Convenient," Derek said, rolling his eyes. "I'm telling the truth," I said, but I could already feel the doubt creeping in, not about what I'd seen, but about whether anyone would ever believe me. "Let's check it out then," Chris suggested, already heading toward the tunnel. "No," I said, grabbing his arm. "Don't go in there." He shook me off. "Relax, Elliot. There's nothing in there." The four of them went into the tunnel, with me reluctantly following behind. They went further than I had, all the way to the end, with no resistance, no anxiety, and definitely no ghostly soldier. The tunnel was completely empty. "Ghost must have gotten bored and left," Derek laughed, as we made our way out of the fort. The Rangers were closing the place up, and we had to hurry back to our bikes. The ride home was the worst. They kept making jokes, asking if I'd seen any more ghosts, if I was going to call those TV ghost hunters. I tried to explain again what I'd experienced, but they weren't listening anymore. The story had already become a joke to them. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the soldier in my mind, slumped against that wall. There was something so sad about him, so lonely. I didn't think he was dangerous. He just seemed lost. I tried researching Fort Pickens online, looking for stories about hauntings or soldiers who might have died in the tunnels. There were plenty of ghost stories about the fort. Apparently, it's one of the most haunted places in Florida, but nothing specific that matched what I'd seen. Over the next few weeks, something changed between me and those guys. Derek and Chris started excluding me from things, making excuses when I asked to hang out. Jake and Matteo stuck around longer, but things were different with them too. I could tell they thought I'd made the whole thing up for attention, or that I was weird for insisting it had happened. By the end of that summer, I barely hung out with any of them anymore. It wasn't just because of what happened at Fort Pickens. We were getting older, developing different interests, but that day marked the beginning of the end for those friendships. I went back to Fort Pickens once, about a year later, with my dad. I told him I wanted to see the historical exhibits, but really I wanted to go back to that tunnel. When we got there, though, I couldn't bring myself to go in. I stood at the entrance, feeling the cool air flowing out, and just couldn't make my feet move forward. I've thought a lot about what happened that day. Was it really a ghost I saw? Or was it something else? A hallucination? A trick of the light? My imagination working overtime in a place known for its ghost stories? I don't know. But what I felt in that tunnel, the invisible barrier, the sudden anxiety, the clear image of that wounded soldier, was real to me. Sometimes I wonder if he's still there, sitting in that tunnel, waiting for something. Or maybe he's found whatever peace he was looking for. I hope so. The strangest part is that I don't regret what happened, even though it cost me those friendships. It taught me something important. It's better to be alone than to be with people who make you doubt yourself, who make you feel like you have to pretend to be someone you're not. I know what I saw that day at Fort Pickens, and even if no one else ever believes me, I know it was real. Story 11. I've never told this story online before, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been almost 15 years since it happened, and I still wake up sometimes drenched in sweat, the memory as fresh as if it happened yesterday. I grew up in Sierra Negra, a tiny rural town in northern Mexico where electricity was spotty and internet was something you'd have to drive 40 minutes to the next town to use. My childhood was spent climbing trees, playing in dusty streets with my cousins, and listening to the stories the old people told at family gatherings. One story haunted all the kids in town, El Hombre Sombra, the Shadow Man. Every parent in Sierra Negra used him to get their kids to bed. Don't stay up past bedtime, or El Hombre Sombra will come for you. The adults would describe him in hushed tones, a tall figure dressed entirely in black, who moved through the night like a mobile shadow. Everything he owned was black: his car, his horse, his hat, his clothes. My abuela was especially graphic in her descriptions. She'd lean in close, her face wrinkled with intensity, and whisper, "He comes between 2 and 3 in the morning when the night is darkest. He peers through windows looking for children who are still awake. If you see him, he takes you away forever." Then she'd grab my shoulder for emphasis. "The only way to be safe is to pretend you're asleep. Don't move, don't peek, don't breathe loud. He can sense if you're really awake." As a kid, I half believed it. My mum would roll her eyes whenever Abuela told these stories, but she never actually contradicted them. That's how folklore works in small Mexican towns. Nobody fully believes it, but nobody fully dismisses it either. When I was 12, my family lived in a small house on the edge of town. My bedroom window faced the wilderness, scrubby desert that stretched for miles before hitting the mountains. The window had metal security bars on it, standard for most homes in the area. My bed was positioned so that if I turned my head while lying down, I could see straight out the window. It was a Tuesday night in April when it happened. School the next day. Nothing special about the evening. I'd done homework, eaten dinner with my family, watched a little TV, and gone to bed around 9:30. I fell asleep quickly, like I usually did. I woke up needing to pee. The house was completely silent, which meant everyone was asleep. We had creaky wooden floors and paper-thin walls. You could hear everything in that house. I grabbed my phone to check the time. 2:17 a.m. The bathroom was across the hall. I did my business, splashed some water on my face, and headed back to my room. That's when I first noticed something felt off. The air seemed heavier somehow, and there was this weird feeling like I was being watched. I remember pausing in the hallway, listening for anything unusual, but there was just silence. Back in my room, I got under the covers and was just about to put my phone away when I heard it. A soft, crunching sound outside my window. At first, I thought it might be a stray dog or coyote. They sometimes came close to houses looking for food, but then I heard more distinct sounds. Rocks shifting, twigs snapping underfoot. Footsteps. Human footsteps. My stomach dropped instantly. We lived at the edge of town where break-ins sometimes happened. My first thought was that someone was trying to rob us. But then the footsteps stopped directly outside my window. I froze, my finger hovering over my phone's screen. The footsteps hadn't been hurried or sneaky. They were deliberate, like whoever it was didn't care if they made noise. That's when I remembered. El hombre sombra. The time, just after 2 a.m. Me, awake when I shouldn't be. I know how stupid this sounds. I was 12, not 6. I was old enough to know bedtime stories weren't real. But in that moment, lying in bed with someone standing outside my window in the middle of the night, those childhood fears came flooding back. I heard the distinct sound of someone touching the metal bars on my window. Not pulling or testing them, just touching them. Running their fingers along the metal, then a soft tap on the glass. Once, twice, 3 times. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel my pulse in my ears. I didn't move. I couldn't move. I was completely paralyzed with fear, but I still had my phone in my hand, screen dimmed but on. I realized that if someone was looking in, they'd see the glow from my phone, and they'd know I was awake. Moving as slowly and carefully as I could, I slid my phone under my pillow, making sure the screen faced down. Then I remembered what Abuela had always said, pretend to be asleep, don't move, don't peek. So that's what I did. I turned onto my side, facing away from the window, pulled the covers up to my ear and closed my eyes tight. The tapping continued. Tap, tap, tap. Then it stopped, and that's when I heard the breathing. Heavy, ragged breathing, like someone who'd been running or was extremely excited. It wasn't right against the window. The security bars would prevent that. But it was close enough that I could hear it clearly in the silent night. It's hard to describe how terrifying that sound was. It wasn't normal breathing. It had this eager quality to it, like anticipation. I kept my eyes screwed shut, trying to regulate my own breathing to appear asleep. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure whoever it was could hear it. The breathing continued for what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two. Then, something even more terrifying happened. The person outside whispered something. It was too quiet to make out the words, but it was definitely a whisper, not Spanish, not English, something that sounded older, raspier. I nearly lost it then. Every instinct screamed at me to run from my room, to wake up my parents, to scream for help. But I remembered Abuela's warnings. If El Hombre Sombra knows you're awake, he takes you. So I stayed absolutely still, barely breathing, sweat soaking through my t-shirt. The whispering stopped. There was silence for maybe 30 seconds. Then the footsteps again, moving away from my window. I wanted so badly to look, to see who or what had been there, but fear kept me frozen in place. I lay there for what must have been hours, too terrified to move or open my eyes. At some point, I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion and adrenaline crash. When I woke the next morning, sunlight was streaming through my window. For a brief, blissful moment, I thought it had all been a nightmare. But then I saw my phone still hidden under my pillow, battery nearly dead, and I knew it had been real. I practically ran to the kitchen where my mom was making breakfast. "Did you hear anything weird last night?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She shook her head. "Like what?" "I slept through the night. I thought I heard someone outside my window," I admitted. My mom frowned. "Probably just animals, or the wind. That mesquite tree branches scrape against your window sometimes." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But I knew what I'd heard. It wasn't branches. It wasn't the wind. It was a person. After breakfast, I went outside to check the area beneath my window. What I found made my blood run cold. There were footprints in the dirt. Large ones, much bigger than my dad's. And something else. A small pile of pebbles arranged in a perfect circle. I stood there staring at those pebbles, my mouth dry. In Sierra Negra, circles of stones were sometimes left as offerings at crossroads or outside homes. A very old tradition that predated even the Spanish colonization. My great-grandmother used to do it to ward off evil spirits. That's when my cousin Miguel came around the corner of the house. He was 2 years older than me and lived just down the road. "What are you looking at?" he asked. I pointed at the footprints and the circle of pebbles. "Did you do this? Were you messing with me last night?" Miguel's face went serious, which was unusual for him. He was always joking around. "What are you talking about?" I told him what happened. The footsteps, the tapping, the breathing, the whispers. With each detail, his expression grew more concerned. When I finished, he surprised me by making the sign of the cross. "That wasn't me," he said quietly. "But something similar happened to my sister last week. She thought it was me playing a prank." A chill ran through me. "Was it around 2 a.m.? He nodded. "What did she do?" "Pretended to be asleep just like you. It eventually went away." We stood there in silence, looking at the circle of pebbles. Finally, Miguel spoke again. "Don't tell your parents about the pebbles. They'll just say it's kids playing around." "What do you think it is?" I asked. Miguel shrugged, but his face was serious. "My abuela says El Hombre Sombra is real. She says he's been taking kids for generations, but only the ones who look at him." "That's just a story to scare us into going to bed," I said, but my voice lacked conviction. "Maybe," Miguel replied. "But I'd keep pretending to be asleep if he comes back." That night, I couldn't bring myself to go to bed. I sat in the living room with my parents until they finally insisted around 11 p.m. My dad noticed something was wrong. "What's going on with you?" he asked. I almost told him everything then, but what would I say? That I believed El Hombre Sombra had come for me? He'd think I was being childish. "Nothing," I mumbled. "Just not tired." In my room, I pushed my dresser in front of the door and kept my baseball bat beside my bed. I tried to stay awake, sitting up with my back against the wall. But sometime after midnight, exhaustion won out. I woke with a jolt at 2:23 a.m. The same time. I knew before I even heard anything that he was back. There were footsteps outside, circling the house, not trying to hide their sound. Almost like whoever it was wanted me to hear them. The footsteps stopped outside my window again. I immediately lay down, pulled the covers up and pretended to be asleep. My heart was racing so fast I thought I might pass out. The tapping started again. Tap, tap, tap. But this time it was more insistent, harder. Then the breathing. That same eager, excited breathing. I kept my eyes shut tight. The tapping got louder, more aggressive. Then the whispering started again, but this time it was louder too. I still couldn't make out the words, but it sounded angry, frustrated. I was so scared I could barely breathe. My entire body was trembling under the covers. I tried to control it, to lie completely still, but I couldn't stop shaking. The tapping turned into pounding, 3 loud bangs on my window that seemed to shake the whole room. I almost screamed then, almost broke and ran for my parents' room. But some instinct kept me frozen in place, eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. The pounding stopped suddenly. Complete silence followed. I lay there, not daring to move, listening for any sound. Nothing. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, I heard footsteps again, moving away from the window, fading into the distance. I didn't sleep any more that night. I lay there until sunrise, clutching my baseball bat, jumping at every sound. In the morning, I went straight to check under my window again. The footprints were back, deeper this time, like whoever had been there had been standing in one spot for a long time, pressing their weight into the dirt. The circle of pebbles was there too, but this time there was something in the center, a small black feather. I grabbed the feather and shoved it in my pocket before anyone could see it. At breakfast, I must have looked awful because both my parents commented on it. "Are you getting sick?" my mum asked, feeling my forehead. "I didn't sleep well," I admitted. "Bad dreams?" my dad asked. I nodded, not trusting myself to elaborate. That day at school, I could barely focus. I kept nodding off, then jerking awake in panic. During lunch, I found Miguel and showed him the black feather. He examined it closely. "This isn't from any bird around here," he said finally. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. It just doesn't look right. Too big for most birds we have, and the shape is weird." After school, we went to see his grandmother, the one who told all the El Hombre Sombra stories. I was hesitant, afraid she'd just scare us more, but Miguel insisted she might know what to do. Abuela Luz was in her 90s, wrinkled and tiny, but her eyes were sharp and alert. She listened without interrupting as I told her everything that had happened. When I showed her the feather, her expression changed. She took it from me with trembling fingers, then immediately dropped it like it had burned her. "Where did you find this?" she demanded. "In a circle of pebbles outside my window," I admitted. She crossed herself 3 times in quick succession. "You must not touch it again, and you must not look out your window tonight, no matter what you hear." "What is it?" Miguel asked. "What does it mean?" Abuela Luz looked grim. "It means El Hombre Sombra has marked you. He knows you're aware of him now. He's coming back tonight." "But why?" I asked, my voice cracking. "I did what you always said. I pretended to be asleep." She nodded. "Yes, and that's why you're still here. But he sensed your fear. He knows you were awake, and now he's curious about you. What do I do?" I was on the verge of tears. Abuela Luz took my hands in hers. They felt paper-thin, but surprisingly strong. "Tonight, put salt on your windowsill. Draw a line of it across your doorway, too. Keep something made of iron near your bed, a knife or scissors. And most importantly, when he comes, and he will come, do not open your eyes. No matter what you hear, no matter how curious you get, do not look at him." I must have looked skeptical because she gripped my hands tighter. This is not a game or a story to frighten children. El Hombre Sombra has been in Sierra Negra since before the Spanish came. He takes the curious ones, the ones who look upon his face. I left Abuela Luz's house with a small pouch of salt and an old iron nail she insisted I keep under my pillow. Miguel walked me home, neither of us speaking much. At my door, he hesitated. He offered. Part of me wanted to say yes, but another part, the part that still didn't fully believe all this, was embarrassed. "No, it's okay. I'll be fine." That night, I did everything Abuela Luz had instructed. I put salt on my windowsill and across my doorway. I placed the iron nail under my pillow. I even borrowed a pair of scissors from my mom's sewing kit and kept them beside my bed. My parents noticed my strange behavior, but didn't say much. I think they thought I was going through some phase or working through normal childhood fears. I tried to stay awake again, but like before, exhaustion eventually won out. I fell asleep sometime after midnight. I jerked awake to the sound of my window sliding open. But that was impossible. It was locked from the inside. I kept my eyes shut tight, remembering Abuela Luz's warning. "I know you're awake," a voice whispered. It was deep and raspy, with an accent I couldn't place. Not Spanish, not English, something older. "Open your eyes. Look at me." I kept my eyes shut, my entire body rigid with fear. I could feel tears leaking out from under my closed eyelids. "Such a curious child," the voice continued. "Don't you want to see me? Everyone wonders what I look like." I could feel movement in the room now, like someone was circling my bed, but that was impossible. My window had security bars. No one could get in. "The salt was clever," the voice said, now from the foot of my bed, "but salt can be brushed away." I was shaking uncontrollably now. I wanted to scream for my parents, but my throat was frozen with fear. "Open your eyes," the voice commanded, now right beside my ear. I could feel cold breath on my face. Open your eyes or I'll take someone else instead. Your mother, perhaps, or your father. That's when I broke. The threat to my family was too much. Without thinking, I opened my eyes. I've spent 15 years trying to forget what I saw that night, trying to convince myself it was just a nightmare, a hallucination from lack of sleep and too many scary stories. But I know what I saw. The figure standing beside my bed was tall, impossibly tall, its head almost touching my ceiling. It was dressed in black from head to toe, but not normal clothes. They seemed to shift and move, like they were made of shadows themselves. Its face. I only caught a glimpse before squeezing my eyes shut again, but it wasn't human. It had features in all the wrong places, and eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. As soon as I closed my eyes again, I heard a soft chuckle. "Too late," the voice whispered. "You've seen me now." I felt cold fingers touch my cheek. Then nothing. When I opened my eyes again, morning sunlight was streaming through my window. The salt was still on the windowsill, undisturbed. The scissors were still beside my bed. Everything looked normal. But on my pillow, next to where my head had been, was another black feather. I never saw El Hombre Sombra again after that night, but sometimes, when I'm alone, I can feel eyes watching me. And sometimes, in my dreams, I hear that raspy voice whispering, "Too late. You've seen me now." I moved away from Sierra Negra years ago, but I've never shaken the feeling that someday, when I least expect it, El Hombre Sombra will return to collect what's his. Story 12. I never really believed in ghosts. I was always the guy who'd roll his eyes when friends would talk about feeling a presence or seeing shadows move. I'm a photographer. I deal in what I can see through my lens, what I can capture and prove, or at least that's what I used to think before that night at the Hargrove Theatre back in 2013. I'd been hired to shoot some behind-the-scenes footage for a play they were putting on. Nothing fancy, just documenting the rehearsal process for promotional material. The director was this intense guy, always pacing around and running his fingers through his hair when he wasn't happy with a scene. The actors were nice enough, professional, focused on their work. I was basically invisible to them, which is how I prefer it. Just me and my camera, capturing moments without interfering. The play was set in some beachside house. I didn't pay much attention to the plot, honestly. I was more concerned with lighting, framing, getting good angles. The stage was massive, the kind of old theatre space that feels cavernous when it's not filled with an audience. Those high ceilings, the empty seats stretching back into darkness. During rehearsals, it was just me, the director, and the small cast on that big empty stage, our voices echoing slightly. One of the play's dramatic techniques involved complete blackouts. They'd kill all the lights in the stagehouse for certain scenes, leaving nothing but those glowing red emergency exit signs. The effect was pretty cool, actually. During the blackouts, I'd just wait patiently with my camera, not filming since you couldn't see anything anyway. It was during the third blackout of the night when it happened. I was standing off to stage right, my camera idle in my hands. The theater was completely dark, except for those exit signs casting this faint reddish glow. I remember checking the time on my watch. It was around 9:30 p.m. I was getting tired, thinking about the drive home and what I'd have for a late dinner. That's when I noticed something in my peripheral vision. To my left, maybe 15 feet away, there was this grayish something. At first I thought maybe one of the stagehands had come in, or perhaps it was someone from the theater I hadn't met yet. I turned my head to acknowledge them, maybe give a little nod. What I saw instead froze me completely. It was a young girl, I'd guess around 10 or 11 years old. She was wearing what looked like an old-fashioned dress. Not super old, maybe from the 70s or 80s. But what immediately struck me was her posture. Her arms were stretched out toward me, palms facing upward with her fingers slightly curled, like she was asking for something, or offering something, I couldn't tell. But her face, God, her face, I've never seen an expression like that on anyone, let alone a child. She looked so profoundly tired, beyond exhausted. There was this deep grief in her eyes, this despair that no kid should ever know. Her skin had this grayish pallor that didn't look natural, and she seemed to be illuminated by something other than the exit signs, like she had her own faint glow. And then I realized she had no legs. Below her dress, there was just nothing. She was floating about a foot off the ground and moving toward me. Not walking, not drifting exactly, just smoothly advancing in my direction. I made eye contact with her. I don't know how long we stared at each other. It felt like minutes, but realistically it was probably just 2 or 3 seconds. She didn't blink, didn't change her expression, just kept coming toward me with those outstretched hands and that devastated face. Something in my brain finally snapped back to reality. I turned away sharply and swiped my hand in front of me defensively, like I was going to physically push her away. I expected to feel something. Cold air, resistance, anything, but there was nothing there. I didn't make a sound. I was too shocked and honestly too embarrassed at the thought of the theater people seeing me freaking out over nothing. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely press the buttons on my camera, but I managed to activate the monitor screen. The faint blue glow it cast showed nothing where the girl had been. Empty space. When the lights came back up 30 seconds later, I was still standing there, camera clutched to my chest, staring at the spot where I'd seen her. The actors resumed their scene like nothing had happened, because for them, nothing had. I kept working. What else could I do? Walk out in the middle of the job? Tell everyone I'd seen a ghost? I just kept filming, but my eyes were darting everywhere. I kept expecting to see her again in every corner, every shadow. My mouth was completely dry. I remember my t-shirt was sticking to my back with cold sweat. For the rest of the night, I stayed as far away from that spot as I could. When they did the next blackout scene, I practically pressed myself against the opposite wall. I didn't see her again, but I swear I could feel something in the room with us, a heaviness in the air, a presence. After we wrapped around 11 p.m., I practically ran to my car. I sat there for a good 5 minutes with the engine running before I felt calm enough to drive. I kept checking my rear-view mirror the whole way home, half expecting to see her in my back seat. I never told anyone at the theater what I saw. I was afraid they'd think I was crazy, or worse, unprofessional. In this business, your reputation is everything. The last thing I needed was to be known as the photographer who had a nervous breakdown during a simple rehearsal shoot. Later that week, I dropped off the edited footage and collected my check. I thought about casually asking if anyone had ever seen anything strange in the theater. You know, play it off as curiosity about the building's history. But when I got there, the words just wouldn't come out. The director was busy, the stage manager was on the phone, and I just wanted to get out of there as quickly as possible. I did Google the theater's history when I got home. Hargrove Theatre was built in 1925, renovated a few times over the decades. Nothing in its past jumped out at me, no tragic accidents, no stories of children dying there. Just your typical old theatre with a long history of performances. I took on fewer night jobs after that. Made excuses when people wanted me to shoot in old buildings or theatres. I'd never been afraid of the dark before, but now I sleep with a small light on. I'm not proud of it, but there it is. It's been years now, and I still don't have an explanation for what I saw. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was exhaustion, a trick of the light, my mind playing tricks on me, but I know what I saw. The detail was too specific, too real. Her expression too complex to have been manufactured by my imagination. The thing that gets me the most, what I still think about late at night when I can't sleep, is her hands. Those upturned palms. Was she asking for help? Was she trying to show me something? Was she warning me? I'll never know. I've never seen her again, though sometimes in dreams I catch glimpses of her, always with that same devastated expression, always reaching out. I don't roll my eyes anymore when people talk about their ghost experiences. I don't say anything at all, just nod and change the subject. Because how do you explain something like that? Something that defies everything you thought you knew about the world. All I know is this: there was nothing there, and then suddenly there was. A girl with no legs and the saddest eyes I've ever seen. And then she was gone, leaving me with questions I'll never have answers to, and a fear of the dark I can't quite shake. Sometimes when I'm working late in dimly lit spaces, I find myself glancing to my left, half expecting to see those upturned palms again. And I wonder, if I do, what will I do differently this time? Will I speak to her, try to help her? Or will I turn away again, swipe at empty air and pretend it never happened? I don't know, and I hope I never have to find out. Story 13. I still don't know what to make of what happened to me back in 2007. I've tried to forget about it, but I can't. I need to get this off my chest, hoping someone here might have experienced something similar or can offer some explanation. I was 23 at the time and had signed up for this weekend theater workshop in Nuremberg, Germany. I'd always been into acting and thought this would be a good way to meet new people and improve my skills. The workshop was held at this converted mill that had been turned into a small theater. Nothing fancy, just a modest stage with maybe 100 seats in the audience area. The building itself wasn't particularly ancient or anything, built around 1920 according to what they told us, though apparently the site had previously been part of some old hospital complex. We arrived Friday afternoon. There were about 15 of us participants plus 2 instructors. The setup was pretty basic. We'd use the stage for our activities during the day, and at night we'd roll out sleeping bags on the same stage. Kind of like camping, but indoors. The bathroom facilities were down a short hallway behind the stage. The accommodation wasn't luxurious by any means, but it was cheap, and we were all there for the theater experience anyway. During our first group dinner, a couple of the locals started sharing stories about the place. I wasn't particularly interested in ghost stories, but I found myself listening despite my skepticism. The first story was about this heart-shaped stain right in the middle of the stage. They claimed it had been there since the Napoleonic Wars. According to the legend, there was this miller who discovered his wife had been raped by a soldier. In a rage, he challenged the man to a duel and killed him, only to find out later it was the wrong soldier. The real rapist had already fled town. So, essentially, the miller had committed murder, but out of love for his wife. Hence the heart shape of the bloodstain. Supposedly, no amount of cleaning, sanding, or even replacing floorboards could remove it. Each morning, the stain would reappear. When they showed us the stain, I wasn't impressed. It was just a faint discoloration on the wooden stage that vaguely resembled a heart if you squinted hard enough. Probably just some old water damage or something. The second story concerned the previous theater director, Stefan Muleli, who had apparently died just a year before in 2006. They said he'd been incredibly passionate about theater, to the point of obsession. He would supposedly pace the seating area at night while watching rehearsals, giving feedback and directions. According to the locals, his ghost still wandered the audience seats at night, continuing his eternal watch over performances. I remember rolling my eyes at these stories. Classic local folklore meant to spook visitors. I didn't think much of it as we rolled out our sleeping bags that first night. I was exhausted from the day's activities and fell asleep almost immediately. The first night passed uneventfully. Saturday was filled with intense workshop activities, improvisation exercises, character development, scene work, the usual theater workshop stuff. By evening, my muscles ached from the physical theater exercises we'd done. I was looking forward to a good night's sleep. After lights out on Saturday night, I lay in my sleeping bag, waiting for sleep to come. The stage was full of sleeping bodies, all of us spaced about a meter apart. I could hear the gentle breathing and occasional snoring of the others around me. My sleeping bag was positioned near the edge of the stage, facing the seating area. I was just drifting off when I first heard it. A rhythmic tapping sound coming from somewhere in the audience seats. Tap, 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 at steady intervals, like slow footsteps. At first, I thought it might be the building settling or maybe someone from our group who'd gotten up, but no one else seemed to be moving. The tapping continued, and I realized it was moving. It started somewhere on the right side of the auditorium and gradually made its way across to the left side. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was so distinct in the silence of the night. I lay perfectly still, straining my eyes to see into the darkness of the seating area. The room wasn't completely pitch black. There was a dim emergency exit sign at the back that cast a faint red glow, but it didn't illuminate the seats at all. I could barely make out the vague shapes of the first few rows, but beyond that was just darkness. The footsteps continued their path across the auditorium, then began moving closer to the stage. Tap, 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 getting louder as they approached. My heart started racing. I told myself it was just the old building making noise, but the regularity of the sound was unnerving. The tapping continued until it seemed to be right at the edge of the stage, directly in front of me. Then, inexplicably, it sounded like it moved underneath the stage. Tap, 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 now beneath me. I opened my eyes wide, staring hard into the darkness. The auditorium was completely silent, except for that rhythmic tapping and the soft breathing of my fellow participants. How was everyone else sleeping through this? My bladder suddenly felt uncomfortably full, probably from the nervousness. I needed to use the bathroom, which meant walking across the stage, down the small staircase at the side, past the first row of seats, and down the hallway to the bathrooms. I quietly unzipped my sleeping bag, trying not to wake anyone. Standing up, I convinced myself that once I turned on the hallway light and used the bathroom, I'd feel better. Just nerves and an overactive imagination combined with unfamiliar surroundings. The bathroom trip helped calm me a bit. I splashed cold water on my face and took some deep breaths. Old buildings make noises, I whispered to myself in the mirror. It's probably just pipes or the wood contracting in the cool night air. With my courage somewhat restored, I flicked off the bathroom light and headed back toward the stage. The emergency exit sign provided just enough light for me to navigate the hallway. I reached the edge of the stage and was about to climb the small staircase when I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were back, wandering somewhere in the impenetrable darkness beyond the first row. I froze on the spot, 1 foot on the first step. My breath caught in my throat. The tapping continued, moving methodically across the seating area. I stood there, completely paralyzed. My breathing became shallow and rapid, and I could feel my body starting to tremble slightly. I stared into the darkness, desperately trying to see something, anything, that could explain the sound. For what felt like an eternity, I remained frozen on that first step, unable to advance further onto the stage where my sleeping bag lay. The tapping continued its rhythmic pattern, never ceasing, never varying in tempo. Something about the regularity of it was profoundly unsettling. It wasn't random like natural noises would be. It had purpose, direction, intent. Finally, gathering what little courage I had left, I rushed up the steps and practically dove into my sleeping bag. I pulled it up over my head, feeling childish but not caring. The tapping continued throughout the night. Sometimes it seemed to circle the auditorium, other times it approached the stage, and occasionally it moved beneath the stage floor. I didn't sleep a wink. I lay there, eyes wide open, listening to those footsteps until the first grey light of dawn began to seep through the high windows of the theatre. Only then did the tapping finally cease. At breakfast, I cautiously asked if anyone else had heard anything strange during the night. Most people shook their heads, mentioning they'd slept deeply after the exhausting workshop activities. One woman said she thought she might have heard some creaking, but assumed it was just someone going to the bathroom. I didn't push it. I didn't want to be labeled as the guy who got spooked by some old ghost story, but I couldn't shake the experience. The workshop finished early Sunday afternoon. As we were packing up, I found myself drawn to the center of the stage, looking for the heart-shaped stain. It was still there, that faint discoloration. I knelt down and ran my fingers over it. The wood felt slightly warmer there than the surrounding floor, though that was probably just my imagination. On my way out, I asked one of the local organizers about the former director, Stefan Mulele. What exactly was he like? Dedicated, she replied without hesitation. He would pace the aisles during rehearsals, always at the same steady pace. Tap, tap, tap across the floor in his hard-soled shoes. You always knew when Stefan was watching. I felt a chill run through me but said nothing. Just before leaving, I looked back at the empty auditorium one last time. In the daylight, it was just an ordinary small theater. A bit old, a bit worn, but nothing sinister. Yet I couldn't help wondering about those footsteps and why they had seemed to circle the exact pattern the organizer had described. Right to left, approaching the stage, then beneath it. I've been to many theaters since then, participated in numerous workshops, but I've never returned to that converted mill in Nuremberg. I'm not saying I believe in ghosts now. I'm still looking for a rational explanation for what I heard that night. Maybe it was just the power of suggestion after hearing those stories. Maybe it was some peculiarity of the building's acoustics or heating system. But sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night and everything is quiet, I find myself listening for that familiar sound. Tap, tap, tap. And I wonder if Stefan Mulele is still pacing the aisles of that small theater, eternally watching performances that ended long ago. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't really the footsteps themselves. It's the question of why I was the only one who heard them. Was there something about me specifically that made me sensitive to whatever was happening there? Or was something specifically trying to communicate with me? I've never found an answer, and honestly, part of me doesn't want to know. Story 14. I'm honestly not sure why I'm finally posting this after all these years. I guess I've just been carrying it around with me, this bizarre thing that happened that totally shook my perception of reality. I've tried to talk to people about it, but most of the time they just look at me like I'm completely nuts or trying to make up some ghost story. But I swear on everything that matters to me, every single word of this is true. About 4 years ago, I volunteered at the Riverview Community Theatre in Portland. I'd always loved theatre, and after moving to the city for work, I figured it would be a good way to meet people with similar interests. I got cast in their production of Hairspray, playing Prudy Pingleton, Penny's mom, the uptight conservative one. It wasn't a huge role, but I was excited to be part of the show. Everything was completely normal during rehearsals. The cast was friendly, the director was passionate about the show, and the theatre itself was this beautiful old building from the 1930s. It had that classic theatre smell, kind of musty but in a nostalgic way, with hints of makeup and wood polish. The stage had these gorgeous red velvet curtains that had definitely seen better days, but added to the charm. About 2 weeks before opening night, we heard that the former president of the theatre board had passed away. Her name was Margaret, and although I never met her, everyone spoke about her with such reverence. Apparently she'd been instrumental in saving the theatre from being demolished back in the 90s, and had directed dozens of productions over the years. She was in her late 70s and had been battling cancer, so while sad, it wasn't unexpected. The week of our opening night, we were having our first full dress rehearsal with all technical elements. I remember it was a Wednesday evening, around 7:30 p.m. We had about 20 people in the audience, mostly friends and family who'd been invited to give us a small crowd to perform for before opening night. We were about halfway through Act 1 when the first weird thing happened. I was backstage waiting for my next scene when I noticed Mark, our stage manager, frantically checking all the microphones and sound equipment. He looked really confused and kept whispering into his headset. A few minutes later, he came backstage and asked all of us if anyone had been talking when they weren't supposed to. Everyone denied it, and we were all pretty confused. Turns out, several audience members had reported hearing a woman's voice coming through the speakers during a scene change. They said it sounded like someone was having a conversation, saying things like, "Hang on a minute, I'll be right there, and let me check on that for you." At first, we all assumed someone's mic had accidentally been left on, but Mark swore he'd checked everything, and none of the mics that shouldn't be active were turned on. We brushed it off as some kind of technical glitch and continued with the show. But during intermission, things got even weirder. One of the older audience members, Diane, who'd been a long-time volunteer at the theatre, approached our director with tears in her eyes. She asked if that had been some kind of tribute to Margaret. When the director asked what she meant, Diane said, "That voice during the blackout, that was Margaret's voice. I'd recognize it anywhere." Several other audience members who had known Margaret agreed. They all insisted the voice they heard sounded exactly like her. The director tried to explain it was probably just a technical issue, but I remember seeing the goosebumps on his arms as he said it. We were all a bit rattled, but the show must go on, right? So we continued with Act 2. I was still trying to process what had happened when the second incident occurred, and this one I experienced firsthand. During the final number, "You Can't Stop the Beat," I wasn't in the scene, so I was sitting off stage on this old piano bench near the curtain wings. I was quietly singing along with the cast because it was a catchy song, and I like to stay engaged even when off stage. I was singing softly when suddenly, right in my ear, I heard a high-pitched woman's voice singing a completely different song. It wasn't coming through any speakers. It was right there, next to me, like someone was standing inches away. The voice was singing what sounded like an old Broadway tune, something I didn't recognize. It was so loud that it completely drowned out my own voice, but I knew no one else could hear it because no one else reacted. I froze completely. My skin went ice cold, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. The singing lasted for maybe 15-20 seconds before stopping abruptly. I immediately turned around, expecting to see someone there, but there was nothing, just the dusty old curtain and the wall. After the show, my hands were still shaking as I changed out of my costume. I didn't know if I should tell anyone what I'd experienced, but Jennifer, who played Velma, must have noticed something was off, because she asked if I was okay. I hesitantly told her what happened, expecting her to think I was crazy or making it up. Instead, her face went pale. She asked me to describe the voice, and when I mentioned it was a high soprano voice, she shared that Margaret had been a renowned soprano in her day. Jennifer explained that the corner where I'd been sitting was actually Margaret's favorite spot in the theater. She used to sit there during rehearsals and give notes to the actors. That wasn't all. Several cast members then admitted they'd always felt a weird energy in that corner of the stage, like a heavy, sad presence. Some avoided that area entirely if they could help it. But the weird thing was, after that night, that feeling disappeared completely. It was like whatever negative energy had been there was gone. Word spread quickly among the cast and longtime theatre members, and soon a theory formed. Margaret had come back for one last show before going to the light, and in doing so, had somehow cleansed that corner of the stage. It sounds ridiculous typing it out like this, but I swear everyone who had previously complained about that spot agreed it felt different afterward, lighter somehow. The theatre had a tradition of leaving a single ghost light on whenever a member passed away, and Margaret's had been burning since her death. After that night's strange occurrences, the director decided it was time to turn it off, symbolizing that Margaret had moved on, and honestly, we didn't experience any more disembodied voices or phantoms singing after that. I thought that was the end of my supernatural experiences at Riverview Theatre. I was wrong. About 2 months later, we were preparing for the next show, The Music Man. I was helping with costumes this time, rather than acting. One afternoon, I was sent to find some specific props in the storage room, which everyone called Prop Heaven. It was this massive room in the basement, filled with decades worth of props from previous shows. It was my first time going down there alone. The room was huge, poorly lit, and absolutely packed with stuff. Old furniture, decorations, vintage electronics, you name it. Everything was organized in sections, but it was still overwhelming. The air was stuffy and smelled like old fabric and dust. I'd been down there for maybe 15 minutes searching for a specific candlestick telephone prop when I first noticed something off. The temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. Not dramatically like in horror movies, but noticeably enough that I found myself wishing I'd brought a sweater. Then came the wind chimes. There was a set hanging from a shelf near the far wall, and they suddenly started ringing. Not just a tiny tinkling sound, but a full, melodious chiming, like they were being deliberately moved. The problem was, there was absolutely no air movement in that basement room. No vents, no fans, no open windows. Nothing that could have caused them to move like that. I stood frozen, staring at the chimes as they continued to ring for about 30 seconds before slowly coming to a stop. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone had opened a door upstairs and somehow created a draft, but I knew that made no sense. I was already feeling uneasy when I heard a loud crash from the other side of the room. It was so sudden and loud that I actually yelped and dropped the clipboard I was holding. It sounded like something heavy had fallen, but when I cautiously made my way over to investigate, nothing was out of place, nothing had fallen, nothing was broken. At this point, my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was about to abandon my search and get the hell out of there when something even stranger happened. I'd been looking for this specific telephone prop for ages without success, and I turned around to check another shelf when my eye caught something. There, on a table I had checked at least twice before, was the exact candlestick telephone I needed. I swear on everything it hadn't been there before. I grabbed it quickly, feeling like someone or something was watching me. As I hurried toward the exit, I had the strangest sensation, like someone was walking just behind me, matching my pace. Not in a threatening way, but like they were accompanying me out. I could even smell a faint floral scent, like old-fashioned rose perfume, that definitely hadn't been there before. When I got back upstairs, Julie, one of the long-time volunteers, noticed how pale I must have looked and asked if I was okay. I hesitantly described what had happened and then asked, "I've heard people mention there are angels in the prop room. Is that true?" The way Julie's expression changed told me everything. She immediately tensed up and changed the subject, muttering something about how old buildings make all sorts of noises. Later that day, I overheard her talking with another volunteer saying, she was asking about the prop room. Do you think she had an experience? Over the next few days, I tried asking others about Prop Heaven and whether anyone else had experienced anything strange there. Every single time, people either got nervous, changed the subject, or outright refused to discuss it. One older stagehand finally told me, "Look, we don't talk about it, but yes, things happen down there. Nothing bad has ever happened to anyone, so we just accept it and move on." The thing is, whatever was in that room, it didn't feel malevolent. Frightening, yes, but not evil. If anything, it felt like whatever it was had helped me find the prop I needed. But that didn't make it any less terrifying in the moment, and I made a promise to myself never to go into that room alone again. I volunteered at Riverview for another year before moving away for work. During that time, I never experienced anything quite as explicit as the disembodied singing or the activity in the prop room, but there were little things, costumes that moved between racks when no one touched them, doors that opened on their own, the occasional whisper when you were alone. The thing that sticks with me most is how matter-of-fact everyone at the theatre was about it all. Once they realized I'd had my own experiences, they'd casually mention things like, "Oh, looks like Margaret moved the scripts again," or "The angels must be restless tonight," when something unexplainable happened. Like it was just another quirk of working in an old theatre. I'm not a particularly superstitious person, and before these experiences, I would have said I didn't believe in ghosts, but I know what I heard and what I felt. I can still hear that soprano voice singing in my ear if I close my eyes and concentrate. Clear as day, 4 years later. And I still get goosebumps thinking about those wind chimes ringing in a room with no breeze. I've tried to rationalize it all, stress, imagination, coincidence, but none of those explanations feel sufficient. Something unexplainable happened at Riverview Theatre, and sometimes I still wonder if Margaret is there, watching over her beloved stage, or if the angels in prop heaven are still helping volunteers find what they need. Story 15. I can't believe I'm finally sharing this. I've tried to rationalize what happened so many times, but I just can't explain it away anymore. I need to get this off my chest. I've been working as a custodian at Jefferson High School for about 3 years now. My shift runs from 4 p.m. to midnight, which means I'm usually alone in the building for the last few hours. Most areas of the school don't bother me. The classrooms, cafeteria, gym, they're all fine. But there's one place I absolutely dread cleaning: the Performing Arts Center, or PAC as we call it. The PAC is this massive auditorium with about 300 seats, a big stage, and several rooms in the back for costumes, props, and makeup. During the day, it's filled with drama kids rehearsing or music classes performing. But at night, it's just wrong. The worst part is how stupidly dark it gets in there. I mean pitch black, the kind of darkness where you can't see your hand in front of your face. The light switches are all the way across the room from each entrance, so I have to use my phone flashlight just to find my way to them. I hate those first few moments in the darkness, feeling my way through with just that tiny beam of light. But the room that terrifies me the most is the makeup costume room at the back of the PAC. It's this narrow rectangular space with 8 mirrors on each side, creating this infinity effect where you see yourself repeated forever. I always feel like I'm being watched in there, like something's going to appear in one of those endless reflections. Everything started about 6 months ago. I was working with Rick, one of the other custodians. He's this older guy, maybe in his 50s, who's always talking about energies and how he can sense things others can't. I never really took him seriously until that night. We split up to clean different areas, and I was mopping the main hallway when I heard Rick call me from the makeup room. When I got there, he was standing completely still in the doorway. "You feel that?" he asked. "Feel what?" "The air. It's heavy in here. Different." I shrugged it off, thinking it was just Rick being Rick. I honestly didn't feel anything unusual at that moment. I told him I'd come back to do that room in a bit and went to finish the hallway. Maybe 5 minutes later, I returned to the makeup room. Rick had moved on to another area. I stepped inside and immediately felt what he was talking about. The air felt thick, almost like walking into water. It was colder than the rest of the building, but not in a normal way. Not like an AC problem. This was different, like the cold was somehow pressing against my skin. I rushed through cleaning that room that night, constantly looking over my shoulder. I felt ridiculous, a grown man scared of an empty room, but I couldn't shake the feeling something was watching me from somewhere in those infinity reflections. After that night, I started noticing more things. When I'd be cleaning the main stage area, I'd hear what sounded like doors rattling in the back where the makeup room was. I'd go check, and everything would be still and locked. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps or shuffling sounds coming from empty hallways. I kept these experiences to myself for a while. I didn't want to seem crazy or give Rick the satisfaction of being right about his energies. But then Amy, my fiancée, got hired on the custodial staff about 3 months ago. Amy and I usually work together, which makes the late shift a lot less lonely. She mentioned something about being a Wiccan when she was younger and described herself as an empath. She told me she'd had experiences with entities before, though she never went into much detail. I finally told her about the weird feelings I'd been having in the pack, especially in that makeup room. At first, she was just supportive, but skeptical. She suggested it might be the building settling, or my imagination working overtime in the dark, but then things started happening when we were together. About a month ago, we were cleaning the back of the pack. I was sweeping while Amy was wiping down the counters in the makeup room. Suddenly, she jerked upright and spun around, her face completely white. "Someone just touched me," she whispered. "Something brushed against my back." I checked behind her. There was nothing there, not even anything she could have backed into. The look on her face, I'd never seen her that scared before. Her hands were shaking so bad she had to put the cleaning spray down. That same night, we went to clean the bathroom at the back of the pack. We'd been in there maybe 20 minutes earlier, and it had been normal. But when we walked in this time, the temperature dropped dramatically. I'm not talking about a slight chill. It was like walking into a freezer. Our breath was actually visible in the air. "This wasn't like this before," Amy said, rubbing her arms. "Maybe the heating's messed up," I suggested, not really believing it myself. We checked the vents. They were blowing warm air. There were no windows open. Nothing to explain why that one room was suddenly freezing cold. We hurried through cleaning the bathroom, neither of us wanting to stay in there longer than necessary. As we were leaving, Amy grabbed my arm. "Connor, do you feel like we're being watched?" I did. It felt like eyes were on us from every corner, but there was no one else in the building. The security guard wouldn't make his rounds for another hour, and all the teachers had left hours ago. Later that same night, we were cleaning the hallway outside the pack when I started hearing these small voices. They were so faint I couldn't make out what they were saying, just a sort of whispered mumbling. I thought maybe it was coming from the door I was leaning against. Maybe it was squeaking in a weird way. "Do you hear that?" I asked Amy. She stopped mopping and listened. "Hear what?" "Those voices, like whispers." She looked concerned and shook her head. We both went quiet, listening hard. After a few seconds, her eyes widened. "I hear it," she said. "Where's it coming from?" I moved away from the door I was leaning against, thinking that might be the source. But the whispers continued for another few seconds before fading out. We weren't moving, the door wasn't moving, but those voices kept going until they just stopped. We finished our shift in record time that night. As we were walking out with Jeff, another custodian who was locking up, we all passed through a spot in the hallway where the temperature suddenly plummeted. It was just for a moment, maybe 3 steps, and then it was back to normal. Jeff felt it too. He even stopped walking and looked around confused. "What the hell was that?" he asked. "Air conditioning vent?" I suggested weakly. We all looked up. There were no vents above us. The next day I asked the theater teacher if anyone had ever reported anything strange in the pack. She laughed and told me that theater kids were always making up ghost stories about the place. Apparently, there was a rumor that a student had died during the construction of the building in the 90s, but she said it was just urban legend stuff. She did mention that several students refused to be alone in the makeup room, though. Some of my co-workers think I'm just feeding into the drama kids' ghost stories. Others have suggested it might be pranksters somehow getting into the building, though security is pretty tight after hours. One of the science teachers overheard me talking about it in the break room and suggested it might be infrasound. Apparently, certain frequencies can cause feelings of fear and unease. The building is old, so maybe the ventilation system is creating these frequencies, but none of that explains what happened last week. Amy and I were cleaning the makeup room. I was honestly getting more comfortable with the place, thinking maybe it had all been in our heads. The mirrors still creeped me out, but I'd been in there dozens of times now without incident. We were almost done when all the lights went out. Not just in that room, the entire pash went dark. I pulled out my phone for the flashlight, but it wouldn't turn on, neither would Amy's. Both our phones were just dead, despite having plenty of battery minutes before. The darkness was absolute. I couldn't even see Amy, though I knew she was only a few feet away. I called out to her and she answered, her voice shaking. I started moving toward where I thought she was, my hands out in front of me. "Connor," she said, her voice suddenly urgent. "I think there's someone else in here." I froze. "What do you mean?" "I can hear breathing. Not yours. It's coming from behind me." I still couldn't see anything, but I could hear Amy moving, fumbling around in the dark. Then she gasped. "Something touched my hair," she whispered. "Connor, something just touched my hair." I lurched forward, desperate to reach her. My hip banged against what must have been one of the makeup counters. I kept moving, hands stretched out. "Keep talking," I said. "I'll find you." "I'm here. I'm by the door, I think," she said, her voice higher than normal. "Connor, it's getting colder." The air around me was still room temperature, but I believed her. I kept moving toward her voice, and finally my hands found her arm. I could feel her shaking. "Let's get out of here," I said. We felt our way to what we thought was the door, but it wasn't there. We moved along the wall, searching for it. The makeup room isn't that big. We should have found the exit in seconds, but it was like the door had disappeared. Amy suddenly went rigid under my grip. "Connor," she whispered, "something's in here with us. I can see it." "You can see in this darkness?" I asked. "Not see exactly. I can sense it. It's in the corner." I couldn't sense anything, but the fear in her voice was real. We kept moving along the wall until finally my hand found the doorknob. I twisted it, but it wouldn't turn. "It's locked," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "That's not possible," Amy said. "These doors don't lock from the inside." I tried again, twisting harder, rattling the knob. Nothing. Then Amy screamed, not a startled yelp, a full-throated scream of terror. "It's right behind us," she cried. I couldn't see anything, but suddenly the air around me turned ice cold, so cold it burned my skin. And I felt it too, a presence right behind us, so close I could swear I felt breath on my neck. I threw my shoulder against the door in desperation. Once, twice, on the third try it burst open, and we practically fell into the hallway where bizarrely the lights were still on. We looked back into the makeup room. It was completely dark inside, like a hole cut into reality. As we watched, the door slowly began to close on its own. Just before it shut completely, the lights in the makeup room flickered back on, revealing an empty room. Our phones came back to life at the same moment, buzzing with delayed notifications. We quit last week, both of us. I can't explain what happened in that room, and I don't want to. The school administration thinks we're overreacting, that maybe we got spooked by a power outage and let our imaginations run wild. The head custodian even suggested we might have been smoking something in there. But I know what we experienced. Those mirrors, that darkness, the feeling of something else in there with us. It was real. Amy won't even drive past the school now. I still have nightmares about those infinite reflections in the makeup room mirrors. Sometimes I dream I'm staring into them and start to see something else appear behind my reflection, something that gets closer with each mirror within a mirror. I always wake up before I can make out what it is. I don't know if that school is haunted or if there's something about that specific room that attracts whatever it was. All I know is that I'm never setting foot in that performing arts center again. Some places just feel wrong, and that makeup room with its infinity mirrors is one of them. I still haven't found another job. We're struggling financially because of it. But there's no amount of money that would get me back into that room at night. No way. Kaditi, Story 16. I still can't explain what happened that summer. I've tried convincing myself it was just our imagination running wild, but I know what I saw, what we all saw. I was 21, working as a counsellor at Camp Woodland on one of the small islands in Lake Ontario. The job was perfect, decent pay, beautiful location, and lots of downtime between sessions. There were about 15 of us counsellors staying on the island that summer, and we quickly became close, especially since we were basically trapped together when we weren't working. The island had this abandoned theatre building that everyone knew about, but nobody really talked about. It was this massive stone structure hidden behind overgrown trees and bushes about half a mile from our camp. You could barely see it from the main path unless you knew what you were looking for. One night, after a few beers, my friend Griff mentioned he'd stumbled across it while hiking and thought it would be cool to check out. "Dude, it's like something out of a horror movie," he said. "All these broken windows and vines growing up the walls. We should go explore it." I was immediately interested. Growing up, I'd always been fascinated by abandoned buildings, something about the history trapped inside them, I guess. So the next day, during our afternoon break, Griff and I headed out to find it. The building was even creepier than he'd described. It must have been at least 80 years old, with these massive stone walls covered in ivy and moss. Nature was reclaiming it. Trees had grown right up against it, their branches pushing through broken windows. The front doors were these huge wooden things with rusted metal handles that looked like they hadn't been opened in decades. "This place is insane," I said, trying to peek through one of the lower windows. The glass was filthy, but I could make out rows of seats inside. "How long do you think it's been abandoned?" Griff shrugged. "No idea. Want to try to get in?" We circled the building and found a side door that was hanging off its hinges. The interior was dark and musty, with beams of light streaming through holes in the ceiling. It was definitely a theatre. There were rows of mouldy velvet seats facing a raised stage. The walls were decorated with faded murals of people in old-fashioned clothes. The air felt heavy and damp, like no one had breathed it in years. "Man, just imagine the shows they put on here," I said, my voice echoing slightly. The acoustics were still amazing despite the decay. We made our way toward the stage, our footsteps kicking up dust that danced in the light beams. The stage itself was raised about 4 feet off the ground, with a set of wooden stairs on one side. The floorboards creaked as we climbed up. "Check this out," Griff said, pointing to a small metal handle embedded in the stage floor. "Wonder what this is." I knelt down and pulled on it. It was a hatch about 3 feet square. It took both of us to lift it. The wood had swollen from moisture over the years. Below was darkness. "Got your phone?" I asked. Griff nodded and turned on his flashlight, shining it down into the hole. There was a ladder leading down to what looked like a small room beneath the stage. I went first, carefully testing each rung before putting my weight on it. The moment I descended into that space, the temperature dropped at least 15 degrees. It was so sudden that I gasped. "You okay?" Griff called down. "Yeah, it's really cold down here." My breath was actually visible now, which made no sense for a summer day. The space under the stage was about 6 feet high and ran the length and width of the stage above. The ground was packed dirt, damp and spongy underfoot. The walls were rough stone. There were a few wooden crates stacked in one corner, and what looked like old props and costume pieces scattered around. Griff joined me, and I saw him shiver as he hit the cold air. "Holy shit, it's freezing down here." "I know, weird, right?" I moved deeper into the space, shining my light around. Spider webs hung everywhere, and I had to constantly brush them away from my face. Must be some kind of old storage area for the theater. We were examining some of the old props when we heard it. Footsteps, clear as day, coming from way above us. Heavy, deliberate footsteps moving across what must have been the attic or bell tower. We both froze, looking at each other. "You hear that?" I whispered. Griff nodded, his eyes wide. "Is somebody else here?" "I don't think so. We would have seen them." The footsteps continued, moving from one side of the ceiling to the other, then stopping. "Maybe it's one of the other counselors. They could have followed us," Griff suggested, but I could tell he didn't believe it. We would have heard them enter the building. "Let's go check it out," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. In reality, every instinct was telling me to get out of there, but curiosity won out. We climbed back up to the stage and looked around. The theater was still empty, sunlight streaming through the broken windows, highlighting dust particles floating in the air. It was completely silent now. "Which way to the attic?" I asked. Griff pointed to a door at the back of the theater. "Probably through there." We made our way to the door, which opened onto a narrow staircase leading up. The stairs were wooden and rotted in places, so we had to test each step before putting our full weight on it. The staircase curved up and around, leading to another floor, with what must have been offices or dressing rooms. "The footsteps sounded higher than this," Griff said. "There must be another level." We found another staircase, steeper and narrower than the first, leading up to what looked like the building's attic. By this point my heart was racing. The air felt different up here, heavier somehow, like it was pressing down on my chest. We reached a small landing with a ladder that led up to a hatch in the ceiling. The bell tower, I guessed. That's where the footsteps had come from. "Should we?" I asked. Griff hesitated, then nodded. "We've come this far." I climbed the ladder and pushed open the hatch. The bell tower was a small octagonal room, with large openings on each side, originally meant to let the sound of the bell carry across the island. The bell itself hung in the center, a massive bronze thing covered in verdigris. The room was empty besides that. No sign of whoever or whatever had been walking up here. "There's nobody here," I called down to Griff, who was waiting at the bottom of the ladder. "That's impossible," he said. "Those footsteps were clear as day." I was about to climb back down when I noticed something. A small door on the far side of the bell tower, almost hidden in the shadows. It looked like it might lead to some kind of crawl space. "Hold on," I said. "There's another door up here." I crossed to it and pulled it open. It revealed a tight crawl space that seemed to run around the outside of the bell tower, probably some kind of maintenance access. I got down on my hands and knees and crawled in a few feet, shining my light ahead of me. That's when I saw it. About 15 feet away, near where the bell hung, was something I still can't explain. It was a ball of light, maybe 3 feet in diameter, with a grey center and greyish-blue edges. Around it was a distinct ring of brighter light. It wasn't like anything I'd ever seen before, not a reflection, not a trick of the light. It was just there, hovering about 4 feet off the ground. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. As I watched, the ball of light suddenly moved. No, it didn't just move. It zipped toward me, passing right by my leg with incredible speed. I could feel a strange energy as it passed, like static electricity but stronger. It stopped about halfway between me and the bell, hovering there for maybe 3 seconds, then simply vanished. Not faded, not moved away, just gone in an instant. I scrambled backward out of the crawl space, nearly falling down the ladder in my hurry to get away. "Whoa, what happened?" Griff asked, steadying me. "There was something up there," I said, my voice shaking. "A ball of light. It moved right past me." Griff looked skeptical, but he must have seen how shaken I was because he didn't question me further. "Let's get out of here," he said. "We can come back another time." We left quickly, not talking much on the way back to camp. I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. That night, I had trouble sleeping, the image of that ball of light playing over and over in my mind. The next day, I told a few of the other counselors about the theater. Most of them were intrigued, and by the end of the week, we'd organized a proper exploration with about 6 of us. This time, we brought better flashlights and even a camera. My friend Kim came along this time. She was studying architecture and was fascinated by the structure of the building. We all entered together, spreading out to explore different sections. Kim and I headed back up toward the bell tower, while the others checked out the auditorium and backstage areas. As we climbed the stairs, Kim suddenly stopped, grabbing my arm. "Did you see that?" she whispered. "See what?" I asked. "I thought I saw someone on the landing above us, just for a second, like a dark figure." I shined my light up the staircase, but there was nothing there. "Probably just shadows," I said, but I felt uneasy. We continued up, and when we reached the bell tower, I told Kim about the ball of light I'd seen. She was interested, but didn't seem convinced it was anything supernatural. "Let me check out that crawl space," she said. I waited while she crawled in, dreading what she might find. After a minute or so, I heard her gasp. "What is it?" I called. She came scrambling back out, her face pale. "I saw it," she said, "exactly what you described. A ball of light with a grey center. It moved right past me." I felt a chill run down my spine. Having someone else confirm what I'd seen made it more real somehow, more terrifying. "Let's go back down," I suggested, and Kim didn't argue. As we descended the stairs, Kim kept looking over her shoulder. "I keep seeing something out of the corner of my eye," she said, "like someone's following us." I didn't see anything, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. When we rejoined the others, Kim told them about what she'd seen in the crawl space. Some believed her, others were skeptical, but everyone seemed on edge. One of the guys, Mike, had been taking photos throughout the building. "Let's check them out," he suggested. And we gathered around as he scrolled through the images on his digital camera. Most of the photos were just what you'd expect. Dusty rooms, broken furniture, peeling paint. But then Mike stopped at one image, his finger hovering over the screen. "What the hell is that?" he said. The photo showed the main staircase we'd all climbed to get to the second floor. And there, about halfway up, was a distinct figure. It was dark and somewhat blurry, but unmistakably human-shaped. None of us had been on that staircase when the photo was taken. Mike quickly scrolled to the next photo, which showed the auditorium from the balcony. And there again, in the back row of seats, was the same dark figure. "This isn't funny," said Jessica, one of the other counselors. "Who was down there?" We all looked at each other. No one had been in those locations when the photos were taken. "It's just shadows," Mike said, but his voice was uncertain. "Or maybe dust on the lens." But I knew it wasn't either of those things. And looking at Kim, who had gone very quiet, I could tell she knew it too. We left shortly after that, the mood considerably more subdued than when we'd arrived. That night at dinner, Kim pulled me aside. "I didn't want to say this in front of everyone," she said, "but I saw that figure multiple times today, not just glimpses either. Once, I saw it standing at the end of a hallway, just watching me. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, but then those photos... I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all, the footsteps, the ball of light, the figure in the photos, as just our minds playing tricks on us in a creepy old building. But I knew what I'd seen, and now Kim had seen it too. We went back one more time, about a week later. Just 4 of us this time. Me, Griff, Kim, and Mike with his camera. It was late afternoon, and the sunlight was already starting to fade, casting long shadows through the broken windows. The moment we stepped inside, I felt it, a heaviness in the air, like the building itself was aware of our presence. Kim stuck close to me, her eyes darting nervously around. "Let's stay together this time," she suggested, and no one argued. We decided to check out the area beneath the stage again. where Griff and I had first heard the footsteps. As we crossed the auditorium, Mike was snapping photos constantly, like he was hoping to catch something. The stage hatch was open when we got there, which was strange because I distinctly remembered us closing it the last time. "Did anyone else come here?" I asked, but everyone shook their heads. We descended into the space below, which was just as cold as before. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, illuminating swirling dust particles and spider webs. "Listen," Kim said suddenly, raising her hand. We all went still. At first I didn't hear anything. Then it started, footsteps again, but this time they weren't above us. They were all around us, coming from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, like we were surrounded by invisible people walking in circles. "What the fuck?" Griff muttered, his flashlight beam jerking wildly as he spun around. The footsteps grew louder, faster, more insistent. Then, just as suddenly as they'd started, they stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse. "I want to leave," Kim said, her voice barely above a whisper. We climbed back up to the stage and headed for the exit. As we passed through the auditorium, Kim suddenly froze, pointing toward the balcony. "There, do you see it?" I looked up, and for a split second, I thought I saw it too. A dark figure leaning over the balcony railing, watching us. Then it was gone. "I got it," Mike said excitedly, checking his camera. "I was taking pictures when Kim pointed. Let me see." He scrolled through the photos, then stopped, his face draining of color. Holy shit! We crowded around to see. The photo showed the balcony clearly, and there, leaning over the railing, was the figure. It wasn't a shadow or a trick of the light. It was a person, or something that looked like a person. The image was clearer than in the previous photos. I could make out what looked like a man in dark clothing, his features blurred but his posture unmistakable. He was watching us. "That's not possible," Griff said, his voice shaking. "There's nobody else here." But the evidence was right there on the screen. As Mike scrolled to the next photo, taken seconds later, the figure was gone. We left immediately after that, practically running from the building. None of us spoke on the walk back to camp. That night, we all sat in the common room, trying to make sense of what we'd experienced. "I've heard stories about that place," said one of the older counselors who hadn't come with us. "Supposedly, back in the 60s, a stagehand died there in an accident, fell from the catwalk above the stage. They say his ghost still haunts the theater. I don't know if that's true or if it explains what we saw. All I know is that none of us went back to the theater for the rest of the summer. A few weeks later, I was assigned to lead a hike that would take us past the building. I changed the route without explanation. I still have the photos Mike took. Sometimes I look at them, trying to convince myself there's a rational explanation. But deep down, I know what we experienced wasn't normal. The ball of light in the bell tower, the footsteps in the walls, the figure watching us from the balcony. It was all real. It's been 5 years now. I've never gone back to that island, and I probably never will. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I can still hear those footsteps, and I wonder if whatever was in that theater is still there, waiting for someone else to open that hatch beneath the stage. Story 17. Dyson. I've never been big on ghost stories. At least I wasn't until I started working at the Crescent Cinema 5 years ago. I always thought people who claimed to see ghosts were either attention-seeking or just mistook normal sounds for something supernatural. But after what I've experienced at that theater, I don't know what to believe anymore. It started pretty subtly. Screen 4 always felt different. When I first began working there, I chalked it up to being the new girl, unfamiliar with the building's layout and sounds. But that feeling never went away. Whenever I'd go in to clean after a showing or check the theater during my rounds, there was this weird sensation of being watched, not like when you feel customers' eyes on you. This was different, heavier somehow. Andy, my manager, felt it too. We never really talked about it at first. Who wants to be the person admitting they're scared of an empty movie theater, right? But one slow Tuesday night, about 6 months into the job, we were doing final checks before closing, and I finally brought it up. "Does Screen 4 ever feel weird to you?" I asked, trying to sound casual. Andy stopped what he was doing and looked at me with this expression I'll never forget, relief mixed with unease. "You feel it too?" I thought I was going crazy. That's when I learned I wasn't the only one. Several employees had mentioned similar feelings to Andy over the years, but nobody wanted to make a big deal out of it. It was just an uncomfortable feeling after all. Nothing concrete, until I started seeing things. The first time it happened, I was sweeping the aisle after a late-night horror movie. The irony isn't lost on me. I was alone in Screen 4, the overhead lights on, but dimmed as they always are during cleaning. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught movement across the front of the theater, like someone walking quickly past the screen. I jerked my head up, expecting to see another employee, but there was nobody there. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding way smaller than I intended. Nothing. I convinced myself it was just a shadow from my own movement reflecting somehow. But then it happened again the following week, and the week after that. Sometimes it was just a quick, dark shape moving along the wall or across the screen. Other times, it almost looked like a person slipping between the rows of seats. I'd check, of course, thinking maybe a customer had fallen asleep during a showing, but I never found anyone. When I finally mentioned the shadows to Andy, he nodded grimly and said, "Emma, you're not the first to see them." That's when I learned about Megan from concessions, who refused to clean Screen 4 alone, and Taylor, who'd quit last year after something freaked him out in there. Andy didn't have details, just that Taylor had run out white-faced and refused to come back for his final paycheck. But all of that was just weird vibes and shadows. Nothing you couldn't explain away with tired eyes and an old building with quirky lighting. It wasn't until Dee shared her story that things started getting truly unsettling. Dee was another manager, older than Andy, who'd been at the Crescent longer than anyone else. She wasn't the type to get spooked easily, always practical and no nonsense. About a year into my time there, we were all having drinks after work when the topic of Screen 4 came up. Dee had been quietly listening to everyone share their weird experiences when she suddenly said, "I've never told anyone this, but something happened to me in there last year." She explained how she'd been closing up alone one night. Part of our closing procedure involves securing the fire exits by placing metal clock bars across them. Heavy horizontal bars that hang on brackets with a small clock mechanism that records the time they're placed and removed to ensure we're checking them properly. Dee had placed all the bars, including the one in the corridor by Screen 4. She'd walked about 20 feet away when she heard a loud clattering sound behind her. When she turned around, the corridor bar was lying on the floor halfway up the hallway. "It wasn't just that it had fallen off," Dee said, her face completely serious. "It was that it had somehow moved about 10 feet from where it should have landed if it had just fallen." She said she'd picked it up, put it back, and continued her closing duties. But something about the way she told the story, matter-of-factly, without embellishment, made it more frightening than if she'd tried to make it sound scary. I'll admit, at the time, I thought maybe she was trying to freak out the newer employees. Dee had a dry sense of humor, and it wouldn't have been completely out of character. I filed it away as an interesting story, but didn't think much more about it. That was until about 2 months ago, when Andy and Josh had their experience. Josh was a trainee manager, only been with us for about 3 weeks. He and Andy were closing together, and they were securing Screen 4's fire exits. They placed the corridor bar in its brackets, checked it was secure, then went into the projection booth to finish some other closing tasks. When they came back out about 5 minutes later, the bar wasn't on the door anymore. But unlike Dee's experience, where the bar had fallen to the floor, this one had somehow moved to the side of the door and was leaning against the wall. Andy immediately suspected the other Josh, yeah, we had two Joshes, it was confusing, of playing a prank. Other Josh was working that night too, cleaning the concession area. Andy radioed him. Josh, very funny. Put the bar back on screen 4's corridor door. There was a pause. Then other Josh's confused voice came over the radio. What are you talking about? I've been at concessions for the last half hour. Bullshit, Andy replied. The bar's off the door. If it wasn't you, who was it? I swear, man, I haven't been anywhere near screen 4. Ask Melissa. I've been helping her with inventory. Andy looked at trainee Josh, who was already looking uneasy. They radioed Melissa, who confirmed other Josh's alibi. There was no one else in the building. What happened next still makes my skin crawl whenever I think about it. Andy decided to check the CCTV. Our security system isn't great. The cameras are old and the footage is grainy, but each corridor has one, and the one near screen 4 would have had a view of that fire exit. They went to the security office, and I tagged along, curious about what was happening. The three of us crowded around the small monitor as Andy rewound the footage to when he and trainee Josh had placed the bar. We watched them walk away on the screen. The corridor was empty for about 3 minutes, and then the bar moved. It didn't fall. It literally moved, as if someone had lifted it off its brackets, but there was nobody there. The bar seemed to float for a split second before flying sideways and coming to rest against the wall exactly where they'd found it. I've never seen Andy's face so pale. Trainee Josh started nervously laughing, saying, "That's edited, right? That's not real footage." But we all knew it was. We set the alarm in record time that night and practically ran to our cars. The next day, Andy came in early, determined to show the footage to our district manager. He called me from the theater, his voice shaking. "It's gone, Emma. The footage from that camera, from that time period, it's just gone, erased. But all the other cameras' footage is intact." How do you explain that? A security system that selectively erases evidence of something unexplainable. And then there's the Amos thing. Amos works concessions most days. Tall guy, deep voice, impossible to mistake for anyone else. Multiple employees, myself included, have experienced hearing Amos call our names when he's nowhere in the building. Always in that same corridor by screen 4. The first time it happened to me, I was doing a bathroom check before closing. I clearly heard Amos's distinctive voice call, "Emma!" from the direction of screen 4's corridor. I walked over, expecting to find him, but the hallway was empty. When I radioed to ask where he was, he responded that he was in the parking lot, having left 15 minutes earlier. Rob from maintenance has had it happen so many times he now refers to it as the Amos ghost. He was telling me about it just last week when his radio suddenly burst into loud static, making us both jump. The timing was so perfect, it felt deliberate, like something was listening to our conversation. Last night was my closing shift. I was alone in the building, just finishing up the final checks. I'd been avoiding screen 4's corridor as much as possible lately, but you can't close the theater without securing all the fire exits. As I approached the door, I felt that familiar sensation of being watched, stronger than ever. I quickly placed the bar on the brackets, my hands shaking slightly. As I turned to walk away, I heard a voice, not Amos this time, but a whisper so close to my ear I could almost feel breath on my neck. "Stay!" I ran. I didn't even finish my closing duties properly. I just set the alarm and got out of there. I sat in my car for almost 20 minutes, unable to stop shaking. I'm scheduled to close again tomorrow night. I've been thinking about calling in sick, but I need this job. The rational part of my brain still tries to explain it all away. Old building, imagination, coincidences, faulty equipment. But deep down, I know what I experienced was real. Whatever is in screen 4 at the Crescent Cinema, it's aware of us. It can move things. It can mimic voices. And I think it's getting stronger, more bold. I don't know what to do. I don't have proof. The CCTV footage is gone. Most people would think I'm crazy if I tried to explain what's happening. Sometimes I wonder if I am. But I know what I saw, I know what I heard, and I know that whatever is in that theater with us, it isn't human, and it isn't just passing through. It's there to stay, and it wants us to know it. Story 18. I've worked at the Heathwick Cinema for about 2 years now. It's this old movie theatre right in the centre of our small town. Been around since the 1930s. The place has tons of character with its Art Deco styling and those classic red velvet seats. They've renovated parts of it over the years, but most of the original features are still there. The seats creak, the floor slopes at just the right angle, and there's this smell. Not unpleasant, just old. Like history. I usually work evening shifts, which means I'm responsible for closing up. Normally we have 2 people on closing duty. It's theatre policy. But last Tuesday, Mark, the guy I was meant to close with, got sick halfway through his shift. Stomach bug or something. He was looking pretty green around 9 p.m, so I told him to just go home. The manager wasn't around, and I figured I could handle one closing shift by myself. Big mistake. We had a decent crowd for the last showing. Some action movie that finished around 11:30 p.m. After everyone filed out, I started my closing routine. Nothing complicated. Check the theaters for any stragglers, clean up the worst of the mess, make sure everything's locked up tight. I was in the main lobby, sweeping up popcorn when it happened. The building was completely silent except for the soft swish of my broom against the carpet. That's when I heard them. Footsteps, clear as day, coming from the hallway that leads to Theatre 3. They weren't just any footsteps. They had this distinctive sound, a sharp, deliberate, clickety-clack that echoed through the empty building. Women's boots or heels, definitely. And they were moving with purpose, getting louder as they approached the lobby where I was standing. My first thought was that I'd missed someone during my checks. Maybe a woman had fallen asleep during the movie. But the way those footsteps sounded, it was like an angry mum coming to give me a scolding. There was something deliberate and forceful about them that made the hair on my arms stand up. I froze in place, broom still in my hands, and listened. The footsteps continued, getting closer and closer to the double doors that separated the hallway from the lobby. I remember thinking how odd it was that I couldn't hear anything else. No rustling clothes, no breathing, just those sharp footsteps. I need to be clear about something I had locked up. The exterior doors were all secured. The alarm system was partially activated, set to perimeter mode while I finished up inside, and I'd just checked all the theaters. There shouldn't have been anyone in the building besides me. The footsteps reached the double doors, the ones right in front of me, and stopped. I stood there, holding my breath, waiting for the doors to swing open. When nothing happened for a few seconds, I gathered my courage and pushed one of the doors open myself. Nothing. The hallway was completely empty. No woman in heels, no person at all. Just the dimly lit corridor leading to Theatre 3, perfectly still and silent. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice sounded small and pathetic in the empty space. No response. I walked down the hallway, checking Theatre 3 and the bathrooms again. Everything was locked and empty, just as it should be. By the time I got back to the lobby, I was telling myself it must have been the old building settling, or maybe sounds from outside, somehow echoing through the ventilation system. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard. Those were footsteps, human footsteps. I rushed through the rest of my closing duties and got out of there as fast as I could. I didn't mention it to anyone the next day. What was I going to say? Hey, I heard scary footsteps in an empty building. They'd think I was nuts. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Almost. Then came last Friday night. Mark was back, but he had to leave early to pick up his girlfriend from the train station. The manager okayed it since we weren't that busy. So once again, I found myself closing alone. This time I was determined not to get spooked by random noises. The last showing ended at midnight. I did my rounds, cleared the theaters, and started shutting everything down. Around 12:45 a.m., I was in the projection room turning off the equipment. The projection room is on the second floor, above the lobby, with a small window that looks down onto the theater entrance. It's always a bit eerie up there at night, just the glow of the equipment and the emergency lights casting shadows. I was focusing hard on my checklist, mentally ticking off each task. Projector powered down, system backups complete, lights off. I was so concentrated on not thinking about the footsteps from earlier that week that I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard it. A laugh, a child's laugh. It wasn't loud, but in the silence of the empty theater, it might as well have been a scream. A light, innocent giggle, like a kid playing hide and seek. It came from right behind me. I spun around so fast I knocked a stack of film canisters to the floor. For a split second, and I swear this is true, I saw something. Not clearly, more like a flash of movement. Small, about the height of a child. And then I heard what sounded like little footsteps running out of the projection room and down the stairs. My heart was hammering in my chest. I lunged for the door and looked down the narrow staircase that leads from the projection room to the lobby. Empty. Of course it was empty, but I'd heard it, and I'd seen something. I stood there for what felt like forever, gripping the doorframe, staring down those stairs. My palms were sweaty, and I could hear my own breathing, fast and shallow. That's when I noticed the temperature. The projection room is usually warm. All that equipment generates heat, but suddenly it was freezing cold. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. I don't remember finishing my closing duties. I must have done them on autopilot. All I know is that I found myself outside the theater 20 minutes later, hands shaking so badly I could barely lock the front door. I was supposed to work the next day, but I called in sick. I couldn't face that place, not yet. But by Sunday I'd managed to rationalize things again. Old buildings make weird noises. I was tired, working late, my mind was playing tricks on me. That's what I kept telling myself. Sunday evening, I went back in for my shift. Mark was there too, thank God. We were busy with the weekend crowd, so I didn't have much time to dwell on what had happened. But as the night went on and the customers thinned out, I found myself growing more and more uneasy. After the last showing, as we were cleaning up, I must have looked pretty rattled because Mark stopped what he was doing and asked, "You all right, mate? You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated. Mark's a good guy, but we're not exactly close friends. Still, something made me ask, "Have you ever noticed anything weird here? At night, I mean?" The way his expression changed told me everything. He put down the trash bag he was holding and glanced around as if making sure no one else could hear us, even though the theater was empty. "You've seen something, haven't you?" His voice was low, almost a whisper. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Mark sighed and ran a hand through his hair. "Was it in the projection room?" My blood went cold. "How did you know?" He leaned against the concession counter. "About 3 years ago, before you started, I was closing up by myself. It was late, past midnight. I was in the corridor by Theater 2 when I saw a kid. A kid." My mouth went dry. A little boy, maybe 6 or 7 years old, just standing there in the doorway of Theater 2 looking at me. At first I thought some kid had gotten separated from his parents and somehow gotten locked in. I called out to him, asked if he was lost. He didn't answer, just stared at me. Mark paused, his eyes fixed on something far away. I started walking toward him, and that's when I noticed something wasn't right. He was wearing these old-fashioned clothes, like something from the 1940s or 50s. Short pants, a cap, and I don't know how to explain it. He looked solid, but at the same time, not quite there. I could barely breathe. What happened next? I ran toward him. Don't ask me why. Instinct, I guess. When I got to where he was standing, he was gone, just vanished. And the air was freezing cold, like walking into a freezer. I got out of there so fast I forgot to finish half my closing duties. The manager chewed me out the next morning. We stood there in silence for a moment, the empty theater suddenly feeling very large and very old around us. "Have you told anyone else?" I asked. Mark shook his head. "Who would believe it? Plus, I need this job. Don't want people thinking I'm nuts." He hesitated, then added, "But I'm not the only one. Jenny, you remember her? Worked here last summer? She quit after closing one night. Never came back. Wouldn't even come collect her last paycheck. And old Bill, the previous manager, he knew something was up. He always made sure no one closed alone." "The current manager never mentioned anything," I said. "Course not. What's he gonna say? By the way, watch out for the ghost kid and the invisible woman in heels. Not exactly good for staff retention." We finished cleaning up in silence after that. As we were leaving, Mark put a hand on my shoulder. "Look, whatever's in there, it hasn't hurt anyone as far as I know. But maybe don't close alone anymore, yeah? I've worked 3 shifts since then. Nothing obvious has happened. No laughing, no footsteps. But the feeling of being watched is constant now. I'll be sweeping up popcorn or checking the bathrooms, and suddenly I'll get this sensation of eyes on me. I'll turn around, and of course, there's nobody there. But the feeling doesn't go away. Last night, I was changing the marquee letters. We still use one of those old-school signs out front when I heard what sounded like a child humming from somewhere inside the lobby. I was outside, and the doors were locked. I looked through the glass and saw nothing but the dark, empty theatre. I've started researching the history of the Heathwick Cinema. It opened in 1928, originally called the Majestic. There was a fire in 1943 that damaged part of the building, but it was restored and reopened a year later. I haven't found anything specific about deaths or accidents, but records from that era aren't exactly comprehensive in a small town like ours. I'm working again tonight. Mark's supposed to be there too, but he texted saying he might be late. The thought of being alone in that place, even for an hour, makes my stomach knot up. But I need the job, and part of me is curious, I guess. I want to understand what's happening. I've started carrying a small digital recorder with me. If I hear those footsteps or that laugh again, I want proof. Something to convince myself I'm not going crazy. The strangest part is I don't feel threatened exactly. Whatever or whoever is in the theatre doesn't seem malevolent. It's more like they're curious about me, the same way I'm curious about them. But that doesn't make it any less terrifying when you're alone in a dark theatre at 1 a.m. and you suddenly feel cold breath on the back of your neck. I don't know what to do. Quit. Try to communicate with whatever's there, ignore it and hope it goes away. All I know is that the Heathwick Cinema isn't just showing movies anymore, it's putting on its own private performance, and apparently I've got a front row seat. Story 19. I'm still trying to process what happened with my daughter last month at the Majestic Theatre. I've worked there for almost 7 years now, and while I'd heard all the ghost stories, I never really bought into them. Sure, there were those unexplained cold spots and the occasional sound that made me look over my shoulder, but nothing concrete, nothing that couldn't be explained away by drafty old architecture and my imagination running wild during late nights alone. For those who don't know, the Majestic was built back in the 1930s. It's this gorgeous old building with ornate moldings, red velvet seats and that distinct smell that only vintage theatres have, a mix of wood polish, ancient carpet, and something else I can't quite place. The place has character, history seeping from every corner. Local legend has it that an actress died here sometime in the 40s, though details are fuzzy. Some say suicide, others say accident, but everyone agrees that strange things happen here. I've spent countless nights alone in the theatre, programming the lighting system for upcoming shows, the hours between midnight and 3 a.m., when the building settles and creaks, making noises that would freak out most people. But I've always felt comfortable there, protected almost. Even when I'm completely alone in the building, I never feel like I'm actually alone, if that makes any sense. Not in a creepy way, more like having a roommate who's quietly reading in another room. But my daughter Lily, she's different. She's always been sensitive to things I can't perceive. When she was little, she'd talk about people in houses that no one else could see. As she got older, she stopped mentioning these things, probably because of the way other kids reacted. She's 16 now, and I thought she'd outgrown all that. Last month changed everything. It was a Wednesday afternoon in March. Spring was just starting to peek through after a bitter winter, and the theatre was relatively quiet. We were between productions, just doing some maintenance work before rehearsals started for the next show. Lily had a half day at school, so she came to hang out with me while I did inventory in the prop room. The theatre was nearly empty that day. Just me, Lily, and Ben, our aging technical director who was up in the bio box, that's what we call the projection booth, fixing some wiring issues with the sound system. Lily had been helping me categorize some smaller props when she said she needed to use the bathroom. She was gone maybe 5 minutes. When she came back, her face was different, pale. Her eyes were wider than normal, and she had this look I hadn't seen since she was a little girl, telling me about the old man who sits in the corner of her kindergarten classroom. "Mom," she said casually, too casually, like she was trying hard to sound normal. "I just saw a ghost down in the green room." I laughed, thinking she was joking. The green room is our backstage lounge area where actors wait before going on stage. "Very funny. Did Ben put you up to this?" She shook her head, and I noticed her hands were trembling slightly. "No, I'm serious. I was walking back from the bathroom, and I saw something white move past the auditorium door. I thought maybe someone had come in without us noticing." The hairs on my arms stood up, but I kept my voice level. "So what happened?" "I followed it," she said, as if that was the most natural response to seeing a ghostly figure. "It went into the women's dressing room. When I looked in, there was a lady standing in front of the mirror." "A lady? What lady? There's nobody else here today." Lily swallowed hard. She was wearing this long white dress, old-fashioned, like from black and white movies. She was standing in front of the mirror, doing her makeup or something. She paused. "Mom, she didn't have a reflection." I felt a chill run down my spine despite myself. "Lily, I'm not making this up," her voice cracked. I stood there for maybe 10 seconds, and then she just faded away like smoke, but slow. I wanted to dismiss it, but the look on her face was too genuine, too shaken. Lily wasn't prone to making up stories, especially not ones that clearly disturbed her this much. I put down the clipboard I was holding and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. They were tense, rigid. "Let's go take a look," I suggested, trying to sound more confident than I felt. We walked down to the dressing room together. The hallways seemed darker than usual, despite the fluorescent lights overhead. The women's dressing room was exactly as it always was, row of mirrors with those old-fashioned bulbs around them, makeup tables cluttered with forgotten hairpins and bobby pins, costume racks against the wall. No lady in white, no sign that anyone had been there at all. "She was right there," Lily whispered, pointing to the third mirror from the left, standing right there. I checked everywhere, behind the costume racks, in the attached bathroom, even under the makeup tables. Nothing. I even touched the mirror, half expecting it to be warm or different somehow. It was just cold glass. "Maybe it was a reflection from outside," I offered weakly, even though the dressing room had no windows. Lily just looked at me with that teenager look that says, "Please don't insult my intelligence." She didn't bring it up again that day, but I noticed she stayed very close to me for the rest of the afternoon. I almost managed to put the incident out of my mind over the next few weeks. Almost. But I found myself looking over my shoulder more often when I was alone in the theatre, checking the dressing room mirrors before I used them, listening more intently to the building's noises. I still felt that same sense of comfortable presence, never threatened, but now I wondered if that feeling was actually her. 3 weeks after Lily's encounter, we were attending the opening night of Our Town together. Lily hadn't been back to the theatre since that day. She'd made excuses about homework and projects, but I'd finally convinced her to come see the show with me. We were sitting in the back row, my favorite spot to watch from, and the house lights had just dimmed for the start of the performance. In that brief moment of darkness before the stage lights came up, Lily suddenly gripped my arm. Hard. "Mom," she whispered, her breath hot against my ear. "Is someone on the stage? Oh, never mind. It's just her." My blood ran cold. "Who?" I whispered back, straining to see in the darkness. "The lady. She's standing at center stage." The stage lights came up a second later, illuminating the empty stage just before the actors entered. No lady in white, but Lily's hand remained clamped on my arm, her fingernails digging into my skin through my sweater. "She was right there," she hissed, standing in the spotlight position. She faded when the lights came up. I don't remember much about the show that night. I was too distracted, scanning the stage during every scene change, every blackout, looking for something, anything, out of place. Lily sat rigid beside me, her eyes never leaving the stage. After the show, when the audience had cleared out and the actors were changing, I found myself drawn to the stage. I stood at center stage, right where Lily said she'd seen the figure. Nothing felt different. The wooden floor was solid beneath my feet. The air was still. But as I turned to leave, I caught a whiff of something. A perfume I didn't recognize. Old-fashioned, floral, but with something else. Like face powder from another era. It was gone as quickly as it came. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the stories I'd heard over the years, the objects that moved in the green room when no one was looking, the whispers people claimed to hear in empty hallways, the cold spots that had no explanation, even after we had the HVAC system completely overhauled. The next day, I started asking questions, casual conversations with the other regulars at the theatre. Nothing direct, just, "Hey, have you ever experienced anything unusual here? Or do you believe in the majestic ghost stories?" What shocked me wasn't that people had stories. It was how similar they were. Mark, our lighting designer who's been with the theatre for 20 years, admitted that once, about 5 years ago, he saw a woman in white standing in the wings during a dress rehearsal. When he went to ask her to move back, thinking she was an actor waiting for a cue, she vanished. Diane, who runs the box office, told me that when she was working late one night, she glimpsed a woman in an old-fashioned dress walking across the lobby toward the auditorium doors. Thinking it was a patron who had somehow been locked in, she called out, and the figure disappeared. Even gruff old Ben, who scoffs at supernatural nonsense, reluctantly shared that once, while fixing a light in the women's dressing room, he saw a figure reflected in the mirror that vanished when he turned around. Every story had common elements: the white dress, the woman's silent presence, her sudden disappearance. And most tellingly, everyone had only seen her once, never repeated sightings, just one encounter, and then nothing, no matter how many years they spent in the theatre afterward. Everyone except Lily, who had now seen her twice in less than a month. I haven't told Lily about the stories I've collected. I don't want to feed whatever this is, but she knows something's changed. I catch her watching me when she thinks I'm not looking, this worried expression on her face. Last weekend, she asked me if I'd consider looking for another job. "The theatre's so old, Mom. The air quality can't be good for you." We both knew that wasn't what she was really concerned about. Last night was the first time I've felt afraid in the theatre. I was alone, late, programming light cues for an upcoming concert. The building was empty. I'd checked and double-checked after what Lily told me. I was up in the lighting booth, the blue glow of the computer screen, the only light besides the ghost light on stage. Ironic name, I know. It's just the single bulb we leave on for safety when the theater is dark. I felt it before I saw anything. That sense of presence intensified, like someone was standing right behind my chair. The air felt heavier, charged somehow, and cold. So cold that I could see my breath fogging in front of me, which made no sense because it was nearly 70 degrees outside. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. My body wouldn't respond. I just sat there, staring at the computer screen, watching as my breath clouded the display. And then, in the reflection of the dark screen, I saw something white move behind me. Just a flash, a suggestion of movement. Gone when I finally managed to whirl around in my chair, but the perfume lingered, that same old-fashioned floral scent. I packed up so fast I left half my things behind, practically ran to my car. I sat there in the parking lot, engine running, staring at the dark outline of the theater against the night sky. For the first time, I understood why people quit working here with vague excuses, why we have such high turnover among the cleaning staff. The strangest part? Even in that moment of pure fear, I didn't feel threatened. Watched, yes, but not in danger. It was more like being observed by something curious, something that wanted to be acknowledged. I haven't told Lily about last night. I don't know if I will. She hasn't been back to the theater since opening night, and frankly, I don't blame her. But I have to go back tonight. We have a show, and the lights need to be run. That's my job. I keep wondering why the lady in white appears to some people and not others. Why Lily has seen her twice when most never see her at all. Why, after 7 years of feeling comfortable in that space, I'm only now catching glimpses. What changed? What opened this door? The only significant difference is that Lily has been spending more time at the theater with me these past couple of months. Before that, she rarely came by, too busy with school and friends. Is she somehow a catalyst? Does her presence amplify whatever energy exists there? I've always considered myself practical, logical, but there's no logical explanation for what's happening. No rational reason why multiple people over decades have seen the same apparition, described the same dress, the same behavior, the same silent presence. I'm scheduled to be at the theater in 3 hours, alone at first before the cast arrives for tonight's performance. I don't know what I'll do if I see her again. Part of me wants confirmation that I'm not imagining things, that what Lily saw was real. Another part of me is terrified of looking up from my lighting board and seeing a woman in white standing on that empty stage, looking back at me. I keep telling myself she isn't harmful. No one has ever reported feeling threatened by this presence. But there's something deeply unsettling about sharing a space with something that shouldn't exist. Something that stands in front of mirrors without casting a reflection. Something that vanishes when the lights come up. What does she want? Why is she still there, decades after her death? Is she waiting for something? Someone? I don't have answers. Just a growing collection of questions and a shift tonight that I can't get out of. I'll update if anything happens. If I see her again. If I learn anything new. For now, I'm just the woman who runs the lights at a haunted theater, trying to convince herself that the lady in white means no harm, even as I find myself checking every mirror I pass, holding my breath every time the stage goes dark. Story 20. I never used to believe in ghosts. That's the first thing I need to get off my chest. I was the guy making fun of ghost hunting shows, calling bullshit on my friends' haunted stories, and rolling my eyes at every bump-in-the-night explanation that didn't involve pipes or the house settling. But something happened to me back in 2007 that I still can't explain, 15 years later. I was part of this small theatre company called Spotlight Players in my hometown. Nothing fancy, just a group of about 10, 12 of us who loved theatre but couldn't afford to do it full time. We had this arrangement with the historic Majestic Theatre downtown where we could rehearse for free in their upstairs space as long as we paid a small fee on actual performance nights. It was a sweet deal for broke theatre kids like us. The Majestic was built in 1926 and started as a vaudeville house before becoming a movie theatre and eventually a music venue in the 90s. The place was gorgeous in that old-timey way. Red velvet curtains, ornate mouldings on the ceiling, those heavy wooden doors that made a satisfying sound when they closed. But it also had that weird smell old buildings get, like dust mixed with old paper and something else I could never place. Everyone in town knew the Majestic was supposedly haunted. There were the usual stories: a stagehand who fell from the rafters in the 40s, a woman who died of a heart attack during a show in the 50s, and supposedly some guy who got shot in the lobby during a robbery gone wrong in the 70s. Standard ghost story fare that every old theatre seems to have. I didn't put much stock in any of it. Our company had been rehearsing there for about 2 years when weird stuff started happening. Small things at first, a prop that would mysteriously move between scenes, knocking sounds from empty hallways, lights flickering when no one was near the switch. We joked about it being the ghost, but none of us really believed it. Theatre people are superstitious but also practical. We blamed each other or just chalked it up to the chaos of rehearsals. But there was this feeling that started to grow, that prickly sensation on the back of your neck, like someone's watching you. I'd feel it most when I was alone, running lines in a corner, or when I stayed after everyone left to lock up. I started to get uncomfortable being the last one there. The upstairs had this bar area where we would rehearse smaller scenes. It was separate from the main theatre, with its own little stage at one end and a long bar along the wall. Beyond the bar was a storage area for extra chairs and equipment, separated by these hanging dark red velvet curtains. Old school, heavy fabric, the kind that muffles sound. It was mid-July, ridiculously hot outside, and we were rehearsing Wait Until Dark, a thriller about a blind woman who outwits the criminals trying to find a doll stuffed with heroin hidden in her apartment. I was playing Mike, one of the con men, and we were working on a scene in the bar area around 10:30 p.m. Just 4 of us were there: me, Jessica, who played Susie, Marcus, our director, and Elaine, our stage manager. Marcus called for a short break because Jessica was having trouble with her blocking. I grabbed a water bottle and sat at the bar, going over my lines. That's when I noticed movement by the curtains leading to the storage area. At first, I thought maybe someone else from the company had shown up late and was coming through from the back entrance. The curtains started to part slightly in the middle, like someone was pushing against them from the other side. But instead of someone walking through, the curtains just bulged outward, like someone was standing with their face right up against the fabric, pushing it forward about 6 or 7 inches. I stared at it, confused. The shape was distinctly human: shoulders, head, the slight narrowing at the neck. But whoever it was just stood there, pressing against the curtain without coming through. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe it was the cleaning crew or something. No response. The shape didn't move. It stayed like that for what felt like forever, but was probably about 15 seconds. Just this human-shaped bulge in the curtain, completely still. Then slowly, it started to recede backward. Not like someone turning around and walking away, but like they were backing up, still facing the curtain, until the fabric fell flat again. "Hey, is someone back there?" I asked, louder this time. Marcus looked over from where he was talking to Jessica. "What's up?" he asked. "I think someone's in the storage area," I said, getting up and walking toward the curtain. I pulled it aside, but the storage area was completely dark. I fumbled for the light switch on the wall and flicked it on. Nothing. Empty chairs stacked against the wall. Some music equipment covered in dust. No doors open, no windows, nowhere for someone to have gone in the seconds it took me to get there. "There's nobody back here," I said, feeling a chill despite the summer heat. Marcus frowned. "Well, yeah, building's closed except for us." "I swear I just saw someone pushing through the curtain," I insisted, "like standing right against it." Elaine joined us now. "Maybe it was air from the AC." That made sense, so I checked. "AC's not even on," I said. The building was old, and the owners kept the air conditioning off whenever possible to save money. We had a few fans going, but none were pointed anywhere near the curtains. "Weird," Marcus said, clearly not that interested. "All right, let's get back to work." We finished rehearsal around midnight. Marcus had the keys since the staff had left hours earlier, around 8 p.m. according to him. As we were packing up, I asked if anyone else had access to the building at night. "Just us and the regular staff, and they're long gone," Marcus said. "Why, still spooked?" I laughed it off, but inside I was unsettled. I knew what I'd seen. There was someone, or something, standing behind that curtain, and there was no logical explanation for where they went. The next day I came in early for rehearsal and found myself alone in the building. The uncomfortable feeling was stronger than ever, that sensation of being watched from every corner. On impulse, I said out loud, "Hey, I know you're here, and you're kind of creeping me out." I felt stupid immediately, talking to an empty room. But the weirdest thing happened. The feeling of being watched just lessened, like whatever was there had backed off a bit. After that, I started addressing it whenever I felt that watching sensation. Just casual comments like, "I'm just rehearsing, don't mind me," or "Give me some space, buddy, I'm trying to focus." It sounds ridiculous, but it seemed to work. The feeling would fade, though never completely disappear. As the weeks went on, more strange things happened. One night, we were doing a run-through, and there was this antique pocket watch prop that Jessica's character was supposed to find. We had placed it on a table center stage during setup. Multiple people saw it there, including me. When Jessica went to pick it up during the scene, it was gone. Complete confusion ensued. We searched everywhere. It finally turned up in a drawer that we had all checked multiple times. Another time, I was alone in the dressing room and distinctly heard footsteps crossing the floor above me, even though I knew I was the only one in the building. The steps weren't random. They paced back and forth deliberately, like someone deep in thought. The curtain incident wasn't isolated either. Other company members started reporting similar experiences. Kayla, who played Gloria, saw a man in period clothing, like 1920s style, walk across the main stage during a lighting check, then disappear into the wings. Richard, our lighting guy, refused to go to the control booth alone after he felt someone breathing on his neck when he was working late. But the weirdest part was how I started to feel like there was more than one presence there. The first one, the curtain ghost, as I started calling it in my head, seemed almost familiar after a while. Not friendly exactly, but not threatening. Just there, watching, occasionally moving things as if to remind us that it existed. But sometimes there was something else, something that felt darker, heavier. On those nights, the air would feel thick, almost hard to breathe, and the watching sensation would turn into something more malevolent. Like whatever was watching wasn't just curious, but angry. And here's where it gets really strange. Whenever that darker feeling would show up, the curtain ghost would appear too. Not visibly, but I'd feel its presence distinct from the other one. And after a while, the darker feeling would recede, like the curtain ghost had driven it away. I know how this sounds. Trust me, I've gone over it 1,000 times in my head looking for rational explanations. Sleep deprivation, group suggestion, drafts in an old building, overactive imagination fueled by the stress of performance. I've considered it all. But none of that explains what happened during our final performance that summer. It was the last night of our run of Wait Until Dark. We had a decent crowd, maybe 60, 70 people in the upstairs theatre space. The show was going well, that electric feeling you get when a performance is really clicking. I was backstage waiting for my cue when I felt it, that dark, heavy presence, stronger than I'd ever felt it before. The air seemed to compress around me, and I could barely breathe. The temperature dropped so suddenly I could see my breath. My hands started shaking, and I felt an overwhelming urge to run, to get out of the building as fast as possible. Then I heard it, a low, rumbling sound that wasn't quite a voice, but definitely wasn't the building settling either. It was coming from the storage area behind the curtain. I was paralyzed, unable to move or call out to the others, and then, like it had done before, I felt the other presence arrive, the curtain ghost. The air seemed to shift, like two forces pushing against each other. The darkness receded slightly and I could breathe again. I heard my cue and somehow managed to walk on stage and deliver my lines, though I have no memory of what I said. The entire time, I could feel both presences backstage, locked in some kind of standoff. When I came off stage for my next exit, the feeling was gone. Both presences had vanished, leaving behind only the normal backstage atmosphere. After the show, as we were cleaning up, Jessica came up to me looking pale. "Did you feel that during the second act?" she asked quietly, so the others wouldn't hear. "Feel what?" I asked, though I knew exactly what she meant. Like something bad was here, and then something else pushed it away. I just nodded. What could I say? We finished our run of shows that summer, and I eventually moved away for a job opportunity. The theatre company continued at the Majestic for several more years, though I kept in touch less and less. Last year, I was back in my hometown visiting family and drove past the Majestic. It had been converted into a restaurant and bar, the stage area now filled with tables. I felt compelled to go in, just to see what they'd done with the place. The upstairs was completely renovated, unrecognizable from our rehearsal space. As I sat at the bar, ironically in almost the exact spot where I'd seen the curtain move all those years ago, I asked the bartender if he'd ever experienced anything strange in the building. He laughed. "You mean the ghosts? Yeah, we've got a few. Most of them are pretty chill though, except for one." "Which one?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Don't know his name, but he hangs out by the storage areas. Staff won't go back there alone at night. But it's weird. Sometimes it feels like one of the other ghosts keeps him in check, you know?" I did know. And 15 years later, I still have no explanation for what I saw pushing through those curtains, or what I felt during that final performance. I've tried to rationalize it countless times, but I always come back to the same conclusion. For those few minutes, I was in the presence of something that shouldn't exist, and sometimes I still get that feeling of being watched, even in my own home, thousands of miles away. It makes me wonder if whatever was in that theater that night is still watching me, waiting for something. Maybe some things follow you, no matter how far you go.